Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, hey, what's going on? Hey. Good afternoon. Welcome. On a Friday. I'm all thrown off. You know, we were out on Monday. That threw me. And then the power went out on Tuesday for a lot of people. Still remains out. It's been a wild week. Been a very, very strange week. You still, your power still out?
Yep, still out.
Yeah, mine is too.
Yep, I'm.
You're bunking with a girlfriend?
With a girlfriend out in Perry, so it's a bit of a hike to get
Oh,
in.
you're out by the nuclear plant.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a 45-minute commute, but I still have all my obligations in town after the show. You know, every night. It's like like Tuesday there was no Brothers Lounge, but then on Wednesday I did East End, and then last night I did High and Dry. Great shows, both of them. High and Dry was incredible last night.
That's in Tremont?
That's in Tremont. And then tonight my buddy's in town, and it's his birthday, so I'm going to hang out with him, and then get out of town to back out to the woods.
Right. Is Perry in the middle of nowhere?
Not really. I mean,
I only know it because
it's
of the
near
plant.
Painesville and Fairport Harbor and all that stuff. So,
Okay.
like, it's definitely more suburban and country than city for sure, but it's not like you're like way out there.
It's doable.
It's doable. And the commute's not bad. I've been catching up with friends on the drive.
So when you get out there, you ever kick it on the back 40 and you go, I could do this someday?
Oh, dude. The only thing is, like, she's in a real, like, neighborhoody spot. If I was going to move out there, I'd want more land to myself.
Oh, you want a more rural area?
I want to be more
That's
rural.
how you grew up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I go back to my roots.
I got you.
Some rural, being a rural comedian.
The rural juror.
Yeah, the rural
Bill
juror.
Squire, rural comedian. That is Bill Squire. My name is Alan Cox. Welcome to the program. Mary Santora is out today because she might be doing Kill Tony, right? For people who are familiar with that podcast.
Very exciting.
Emailed me a couple hours ago and said, hey, I'm going to be out. We got an invitation to maybe, I don't know how that works. She said she got an invitation to maybe do Kill Tony at Madison Square Garden.
And she's got to be ready.
So is that what it is? I know the Tony Hinchcliffe does Kill Tony, which is a very popular podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of know the broad strokes of it, but I
So
don't
they
know how it works.
They do bucket spots.
So they pull your name out of a bucket.
Yeah,
and
but
her name will be on a slip in a bucket.
No. She has recommendations from comedians that have been on the show. So she would be like, I don't want to say a plant, but like an invite.
I thought everybody had to be invited by someone. I thought everybody had to be recommended to get in the bucket.
No, not in the bucket.
Okay.
To get in the bucket, all you have to do is just put your name in the bucket.
Put your name.
It's because there's people of all levels that try and get on Kill Tony.
So you could say, hey, I'm going to be in New York X day or whenever they're taping.
Well,
go,
for this one, I don't know if it's the same for this one where they're doing it at Madison Square Garden, but I'm not super familiar with the show. I've watched like one episode, but it's, from what I understand, people like comics or people that want to be on the show will put their name into the bucket and then they draw names out, but they'll have a few like selected people that just to make sure that they get some good comics.
Have you been on there? Have you done Kill Tony?
No.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, there's people. I saw a clip of some dude who's like, yeah, I've been doing stand up for a week.
Yeah.
And I got it. I'm like, okay.
It's a hugely popular show. I don't
that.
get it. Like, I don't love it the way other people do. But it's like a hugely, and that's
Yeah.
all people ever say to me. Oh, you got to get on Kill Tony. You got to get
Right.
on Kill Tony. I'm like, you're watching my video now. Just pay attention to this video and then pay attention to the next video I post. Like,
Yeah.
why do we got to go through Tony? Why can't you just?
Yeah, I've never seen it
watch my
before, but
stuff?
we've had Tony on the show many times before.
It's a
and-
brilliant idea.
Yeah.
Like but like with as much amateur comedy that I watch already, sitting down and watching more doesn't appeal to me.
Right.
And
You're
I
in a
see
different
clips, and
situation.
there's very, very funny clips, and but it's just, yeah, I understand why people like it. It's just not something that I sit down to relax and enjoy because I
Right.
already kind of live it in a much less densely funny way. So
It's like I feel bad for my family because I go home and the last thing I want to do is talk.
right,
But I've been gone all day, and they rightfully expect me to have conversations.
mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it's the last thing I want to do.
right.
But I do.
But
'Cause
it's a
I'm a
huge
mensch.
opportunity. So if Mary gets
Yeah.
on, it can be, especially doing it at Madison Square Garden, which is I think they're doing like 2 or 3 nights there.
Mm-hmm.
That's just crazy how popular the show is.
You know the first thing I thought when I got that email from her?
That she killed Tony.
The goddamn manifestation portal.
Oh yeah, I'm like, did you manifest this? And she's like, no, I didn't manifest.
Yeah, I didn't write her back, but I was like, oh my God, did it have? Because I was getting a lot of messages from people about the stupid manifestation portal. I don't know why it's always girls.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's like it's not inherently female centric. It's just for whatever reason that kind of gobbledygook appeals more to females. I was getting a lot of messages from women who were like, hey, this is a thing. Except the one girl, she stumbled around so much to try to explain it. I'm like, if this was rooted in anything real, it would be real easy to explain it. You would say X to Y to Z.
Mm-hmm.
But she was all over the place.
I think it's just positive thinking. I mean, it's The Secret, right? That's where it all like boils down to. Remember when The Secret was all big?
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking is, I don't recall any of this before 2006. There was a movie that came out in 2006 called The Secret. It was like this Australian documentary, and then there was a book shortly after that. And I remember my girlfriend at the time, I had just moved back to Chicago, and my girlfriend at the time was reading The Secret. And it's all this like 18th century pseudoscience that was repackaged for the 20th century. And boy, people were eating it up.
They were. And it's one of those things too where even if you're not manifesting through the ways that people say they are, it's not like anybody hopes their life gets worse. Like everybody hopes for a better life. So whatever it is, and then like the whole speaking it into existence, I can't think of any human I've ever met that doesn't want a better existence.
Right.
That's
Right.
across the board.
Whether you're an optimist or a pessimist,
Right,
you want things to move in a
you want
positive
it to
direction.
move in a positive direction. And then also, a lot of the manifestations seem to be very capitalistic in their, like instead of everybody manifesting, hey, why don't we all just be in a society where we don't even have to be rich or famous or anything like that. We can just exist and be happy. And that's not the kind of manifesting that gets put out there in this situation. It's all like, oh, I just need this next job or this next, it's all very, in my opinion,
Self-serving?
Self-serving, yeah.
Well, you got to look out for yourself.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm just saying, it's just, like if it were truly as powerful as they said it would, we could all get together and manifest a better existence for everybody. Like, why aren't we all trying to manifest cancer being gone or, world hunger not being a thing? But
That's why I asked Mary
like,
yesterday if there were limits to the portal. Maybe that's something that's even too big for the universe.
Right.
Cancer. Not even the universe can figure cancer out. Well, anyway, that was the first thing I thought. She said, hey, I might be doing Kill Tony, so I'm not going to be in today. It was that she screamed into that portal. Although we will not, and I know some people wanted it, we will not be getting the bonus hole recap today for people who watched that last night. I was in the process of, my wife had the wherewithal to buy an inverter. So we were using all of the batteries from my electric yard implements. All my lawn, like I have an electric, there's a line of electric things called Ego, and I've got the branch saw, and I have everything they made, right? I got the string trimmer, and I got the lawnmower, and all. And you need a lot of batteries for that kind of stuff. So we bought an inverter so I could use those batteries to
charge your
power
phone
like
and stuff,
fan, Wi-Fi, all that kind of stuff. So I've been trying to jury rig all those things. I had to bring all those batteries in here this morning to recharge those, and then I put them back in my car, and then I'm just like charging
Manifest the power being back on. That's what we should be working towards.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so.
I heard from everybody got that text that the power will be back for everybody by Wednesday at the latest.
Mm-hmm.
But I was hearing from somebody who's kind of in the know with First Energy, and they were like, they don't even have the wire that they need to fix all the damage. So it's been a long time since there has been a storm of this magnitude.
Story?
I did not.
Okay, so on his story, he posted all the stuff in his neighborhood in
Freshly
Lakewood.
back from L.A., by the way.
Yeah.
That's his welcome wagon.
Yeah, welcome back. And there's so many trees and so many power lines down in that part of Lakewood. Streets are still not even open over there because there's so many down.
Yeah, they said 80% of Lakewood doesn't have power.
Yep, and I'm part of that 80%.
Yeah.
And then even last night in Tremont, there's like trees that are down and like power lines. I mean, they're not live. They cut them, but they're still down in the street, and no one's coming and cleaned it up yet just because there's so many to deal with.
That's why I was reading temporarily in the Plain Dealer, they're renaming that part of town Mont. I've got to take a break, and if you want to get a text in for anything, 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
Olympics update. Noah Lyles' Olympics are over. The 100-meter champion and 200-meter bronze medalist says COVID will keep him out of the 4x100-meter relay. Meantime, Grant Holloway has his elusive first Olympic gold in the 110-meter hurdles.
Feels great. I'm happy. I'm ecstatic. I feel relief.
The three-time world champion in the race shared the podium with U.S. teammate Daniel Roberts, who claimed the silver medal.
For NBC's live coverage from Paris,
Search Olympics on the free iHeartRadio app.
I'm embarrassed to say this. I've been using deodorant on my armpits for 30 years, and anytime I noticed odor anywhere else, I thought I needed another shower, I wasn't clean, or I felt like there was something wrong with me. And then my gynecologist told me about Lumi. It's a whole body deodorant for pits, feet, and privates that controls odor anywhere and everywhere on your body. Since Lumi, I never have to worry about body odor ever again, anywhere on my body. And that reassurance is worth every penny.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code SHOWER and get 15% off your first purchase with code SHOWER, like the Lumi Starter Pack, Acidified Body Wash, or new Lumi Plus Sweat Control. That's LUME deodorant.com, code SHOWER for 15% off your first purchase. With over 200,000 five-star reviews, I am so sure you're going to love it. Or return it for free with Lumi's 60-day money-back guarantee. That's LUME deodorant.com, code SHOWER to save 15% today.
Hey everyone, it's time to say goodbye to summer and drive into fall in a new Ken Ganley Kia. Over 800 new Kias in stock and on sale. 24 Kia Telluride, $299 lease per month. Seltos, $139 lease per month. Forte, $89 lease per month. That's $89 a month. These are 24-month leases with $34.95 due at signing, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Got a trade? If you owe $5, $7, or even $10,000 more than it's worth, we want to pay it off and get you into a new Kia at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman, or online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer plus tax tag title and dock fee on approved credit through KMF. Expires 9/3/24.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a
But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians Twins playing right now, first of two today. So they're just getting going. No score yet. I think we're running that second game tonight. Doubleheader, Guardians in Minneapolis. Second one set for 8:10 is your first pitch. So around 7:35 is when your pregame coverage will begin here tonight on The Buzzard. You can also listen live on the iHeartRadio app. Not to bury the lead, Dr. Ryan Bergland will join us later on. Mary is out today, so she's going to miss this episode of Is It Red?
And the Friday Get Down.
I
think we should rather be on Kill Tony than listen to the Friday Get Down.
Some people have very skewed priorities.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing I've learned in my 75 years of life. It's that. Dr. Ryan Bergland, if you've never joined us before, if you've never caught an installment of Is It Red, he is a surgical urologist with the Cleveland Clinic, and he has joined us for many, many years now, and he's helped a lot of people out. He is the mastermind behind My Vasectomy, which to this day, it'll be 2 years this Veterans Day. That's the closest I ever got to military service. To this day, holding strong. I am, I'll tell you what, once you have gotten yourself, and I know a lot of you know this, but I didn't learn it until a couple of years ago. When you are living, that raw nut life, Bill, it is, I know some people swear by it, but listen, I was a condom guy my whole life. I'm not somebody who leaves a great deal to chance. But once you're freed of those shackles, it's a different existence. Anyway, I digress. Dr. Ryan Bergland is coming in to help you. So, guys, if you've got some stuff going on down there that you might need his help with, he will be here in the 5 o'clock hour to help, hopefully. So if you're not able to listen live, you can send me an email. I have a bunch of emails that people send me throughout the week, and then I'll try to get to those. Otherwise, we'll take your calls and we'll take your texts and other messages live. So Is It Red with Dr. Ryan Bergland from the Cleveland Clinic is going to be later on today in the show. I will be out at Circle K tomorrow. People asking me how they can get tickets for Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. I will have another pair for you to win today around 3:20. That'll be the last pair this week on the show. I will have them next week, of course. We're moving to a bigger boat this year, so more tickets to be had, but you have to win them. The ones we had on sale sold out pretty quickly. But we're going on the Good Time 3 on the 24th, 2 weeks from tomorrow. So I'll be at the Circle K in Eastlake tomorrow, right on Vine Street, from 11 to 1. And then next Saturday, I will be at the one in Fairview Park on Lorraine, also from 11 to 1. But if you go to AlanCoxShow.com, hit the contest page from there, you'll get, not only can you try to win tickets there on the site, but it will tell you where I'm going to be. I had to make sure that I asked the question that we were able to confirm that where I was going tomorrow had power.
Yeah. That's
a question I had to ask.
I was supposed to do a Sheetz grand opening yesterday that got pushed back because they didn't have power.
I saw that.
Can't do a grand opening if you
Nope.
ain't got no power.
Grand opening, grand close. Is that the one in Avon out by me?
No, it was Strongsville.
Okay. Because they just opened up the new Sheetz out by me. I haven't gotten in there yet, but it's right across the street from the Meyer.
I've missed out on some money this week, as I'm sure many other people have. So that's a bummer. And
Bill's trying to say he feels your pain.
I feel your pain.
Yeah.
And if you want to help me out this Sunday, hilarities.
Yeah.
Reverse crowd work show. It's going to be so much fun. I got questions from different comedians that we play on the screen. I got
you have like people
crew of people coming to film it.
You have pre-recorded questions.
Yeah, but I don't watch them until I did the same thing last time. So last time it was Kyle Kinane, Mary, and Roy Wood Jr. that were the pre-recorded questions. And this time, I believe Dave Hill, Josh Gondelman, and my buddy Joe Briggs.
Oh, cool. Okay. So you don't have to just rely on the audience.
Right. And it's fun to incorporate that aspect. And the audience got into it last time, and they asked a lot of really funny questions, and I feel like I had pretty good responses.
Well, then, if you're going to go on Sunday, you should try to prepare a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Write yourself up a little index card.
Yeah.
Security is knowing your lines.
A little index card, or make a little note in your notes app, and we'll have some fun with it.
Write it on your hand.
And like I said, we got a camera crew coming to film it, so you can chop it up and put it on YouTube, and you can enjoy it if you can't make it.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll be that much better if we have a packed house. BillSquire.com.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, I like to know where people are. Steve is one of our bureau chiefs in North Carolina. Lori listens in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We have a handful of new listeners. Shelby in Butte, Montana. Victoria listens in Bothell, Washington. And I heard from one of our Detroit bureau chiefs that the Detroit Zoo, for people who are interested in this kind of stuff, yesterday I was talking about how Happy the elephant has not been seen in weeks at the Bronx Zoo. A happier story out of the Detroit Zoo. They had their first ever baby gorilla that was just born. The Detroit Zoo has been in operation for 96 years. As I understand math, that's almost 100 years. There's no way to know how many years until they celebrate their 100th anniversary, but they've had their first ever baby gorilla born there. And some people might go, "What? Who cares?" But it's a big deal in the zoo community, I would have to think.
That's a huge deal.
Yeah. What, you think
gorillas.
baby gorillas are getting born every day?
No.
I mean, seemingly at my neighbor's house they are, but I'm talking about one of our Detroit bureau chiefs sending me the story. They don't have a name for it yet, and they haven't determined the sex. Well, it's 2024. You got to let them pick it for themselves. But you'd think that the people in charge over there at the zoo would, figure that out. Maybe they're giving it a little privacy, a little postpartum privacy. But they said that they hadn't determined yet what the situation was, just that there is a brand new gorilla. Now, if you're working there, you have to really hope that everything goes well, that nothing gets screwy over there. So the total of gorillas at the Detroit Zoo. Now, I've spent a lot of time in Detroit. My wife and her family are from that area. I was on in Detroit for many years. I have a lot of affinity for that city. I have never been to the Detroit Zoo. And in all candor, I don't know if this is going to get me to go there, but it's a big deal for them, and it doesn't happen every day.
Are they going to do a naming contest?
I think that they should do that.
That's usually what happens.
The mother's name is Bandia, and the father's name is Mashindi, both of whom arrived a year ago. And the people who work at the Detroit Zoo worked for months to prepare the other gorillas. They would carry around a stuffed gorilla to try to demonstrate to how to carry the baby once it shows up. Because I don't know, maybe they were worried that when this baby's born, the other ones are going to try to kill it, or I don't know. I don't know how that works. And it won't be immediately available to the public. You know, they have to make sure that everything is being taken care of. But they should throw it out there and let it, let people take pictures with it. And because, it gets a little bit older, they're going to want to dress it up, all that kind of stuff. So the Detroit Zoo, first gorilla born there in 96 years. And I know, I've been here long enough, people in Ohio, they even hear anything related to Michigan. And some people crinkle their nose, right? But I got to tell you, it requires you to work a little bit harder. I was watching the recap of the Miss USA pageant. And, pageants aren't nearly the big deal that they used to be back in the day, but they still do happen. And they had the Miss USA pageant. So not only, guys, take note, not only is Michigan dominating on the gridiron against you guys, they're dominating in beauty pageants now. Where was Miss Ohio in this whole thing with the Miss USA situation? I don't know, but Miss Michigan won it. Miss Michigan is Miss USA. Take two. Miss Michigan is Miss USA. a woman named Alma
Okay,
Cooper.
so the contest isn't called Miss USA?
Miss USA. That's a whole different
thing.
thing.
I'm like, that sounds like something someone from Michigan would win.
Miss USA.
Yeah,
No, that
Miss USA.
MICH USA is what you're thinking of. No, Miss USA. And here comes Miss Michigan. She looks beautiful there. She got the knee-high socks. Oh, give us a little twirl, honey. Show us some running sticks. No, Miss Michigan is a woman named Alma Cooper, who is a Stanford grad and was enlisted in the Army. And she's super foxy. I always think about these girls because there's a lot of them who come out of the service and they win one of these beauty contests. And I always think about the people who were enlisted with them, who probably never saw them in makeup. They weren't all gussied up when they were doing maneuvers or whatever.
I mean, that's one of the...
And here she comes out and you're like, oh, my God.
We love that
She's
kind of
hot.
transformation where it's, the miscongeniality thing where Sandra Bullock, just a regular girl that's kind of, masculine and stuff like that, and they put her in a gown, and oh, my God, what a beauty.
Here's Alma Cooper on the live stream. She is Miss Michigan, and she was in the Army.
Yeah, she's cute.
And she graduated from Stanford
good.
University. Runner-up was Miss Kentucky, for people who pay attention to these things, and obviously there's fewer and fewer of those.
I'd go
and Miss
blue
Oklahoma
for her.
was, what's that?
I'd go blue for her.
Go blue. Miss Oklahoma was was in third place. So do what you want with that. That Miss USA is Miss Michigan. And she will be representing the United States in the Miss Universe pageant.
I still feel like Miss Universe is a little much. Like Miss Earth, yes. But Universe seems very
ostentatious.
Yeah,
I mean, we have
it's
no
like the way,
idea what...
Like world champion teams that are, but only played American teams and one Canadian team.
I don't even know who Miss Ohio was in the Miss USA pageant.
I bet Bridget would know.
I bet she would know. Oh, she's cute, though. Macy Hudson?
Yeah, they're all usually pretty attractive.
Well, but some of them, I get it. I'm just saying some of them, they kind of have an odd look to them, maybe. Oh, the fourth runner-up was Miss Ohio. This is the girl from Ohio. I don't know from where, but she's cute.
Oh, yeah.
Look at her. Macy Hudson. Okay, well, anyway. Michigan has dominated you again, Buckeye State, and I don't know what to tell you.
The Disney Channel racial ambiguity thing is taking over these beauty contests.
A lot of them do look like Pixar characters.
Yeah. Which I'm for it.
I am too.
But it's not the traditional blonde hair, blue eyes that you'd see back in the day.
The article I was reading, they said that not only did this girl, and I don't know, her parents are Latino. I don't know what their ethnic extraction is, but they said that like the top 5 girls in this thing, there wasn't a blonde in the bunch. So it is changing a lot.
Yep.
So she will represent the United States. Forget the universe. She will represent the entire United States as Miss USA. Miss Michigan will go, and Mexico City has Miss Universe. Now, with all due respect, that's when, because Miss USA ain't going to win Miss Universe. Too much competition. Too much super foxy competition from around the world. Are you kidding me? We have sent our best and brightest. In this case, it sounds true. Matriculated Stanford, Army officer, the whole bit. She's checking a lot of boxes, and she looks great doing it. So her bona fides are solid. But you get on that universal stage, oh, sorry. You're not even going to be top 5. But, Oh, I was reading about, speaking of Mexico and Ohio, these Venn diagrams are a circle. I was reading about a dude who 20 years ago killed a guy in Cincinnati. And he had been a fugitive on the run, a guy named Antonio Riano. It was around Christmas of 2004.
Antonio Riano, you killed my father.
Prepare to die. He killed a guy outside a club in suburban Cincinnati, and then he went on the run. He shot and killed 25-year-old Benjamin Becerra 2 decades ago. He had been on America's Most Wanted, and the case went cold. And they just found him. They scooped him up. He's 72 years old now. He had been working as a cop in Mexico. And somebody found him and said, hey, that looks like the guy.
And as soon as I see him, I'm like, my God, there he is. A little bit grayer, a little bit older, but it was him.
We did not stop, and we kept looking for this fugitive, and we were able to catch him and bring him back.
So they've brought him back to Ohio. His nickname was El Diablo. It seems like you give yourself that name. You start calling yourself El Diablo, the devil, because it's kind of generic. So I don't know that other people are going to call you that. Seems like other people might just give you like a tongue-in-cheek nickname, and you don't want to be known as like, Doughboy or something like that, whatever that is in Spanish. Well, so you start calling it, no, it's El Diablo.
It makes me always think of, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Babyface Nelson.
Yeah.
And he hates that name. Yeah. Makes him all depressed.
So they extradited him back to Butler County, Ohio, and they're going to try him. They're going to charge him. Left Cincinnati 20 years ago, obviously hasn't come back, and was working as a police officer in Mexico. So these detectives were keeping an eye on El Diablo, and they finally brought him back. They asked him why he had become a police officer. He said, I wanted to help the people of Mexico. He denies that he killed the guy. They got into an argument at the Roundhouse Bar in suburban Cincinnati, and there was a surveillance camera that showed him shooting the guy in the face.
Ooh.
Fatally shot in the face. They also had video of him buying bullets at a nearby Walmart a few hours before, so it sounds like maybe this guy had beef. It was premeditated. Or maybe he just wanted to be prepped. Maybe this guy knows that he's got a hair trigger, literally and figuratively, and he's like, I shouldn't go in cold, right? If something pops off, I want to be ready to shoot somebody in the face. But of course, as a lot of other boomers with spotty records have found out, they found this guy on Facebook. And that's how they tracked him down. I swear to God, you're doing law enforcement's job for them. All these people that are on Facebook. This guy figured, how long are you in another country when you go, I'm probably in the clear. I'm probably good. I'm going to start a Facebook page to sit with my grandkids.
You feel like you got away with it.
Yeah.
But you can't.
Except the 20 years is really not that long. It's not a long time.
It's pretty long, but it's long enough to let your guard down a little bit. But you got to remember what they said in Heat. Like, you have to walk away from that life completely.
Yeah.
You can't.
No attachments.
No attachments.
You got to be able to walk around.
Because what happens? You get caught 20 years later.
Yeah. You got to be willing to walk away as soon as the heat's coming around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, is this Michael Mann?
No. Who's Michael Mann?
He directed Heat.
Never heard of it. I direct the Heat.
Oh, you have a different kind of Heat that you direct, yeah.
Yeah, I do. I am getting into movies now. I'm going to make my directorial debut.
What's the movie?
It's called The Passion of the Devil.
Okay.
It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Is it going to be directed by Mel Gibson?
No, that guy sucks. No.
But I felt like that's why he would direct it, because you guys are going to get to know each other eventually.
He does not. I don't know about that, but he does not like me. That guy. He wants nothing to do with me. He's all about the other guy. Cheesy crazy. He's into that guy.
But he likes telling stories, though. So
he sure does, boy.
It's a good story.
I had one meeting with him, and he was calling me all kinds of names. It really turned me off.
That's him, all right.
He did not like me at all. Mm-hmm. He called me sugar tits one time, and I walked away.
So what's up? Why'd you call?
I heard that they caught that guy that was using me for his nickname. I didn't care for that.
Yeah, that happens a lot to you, I feel like.
I know. So many people just call themselves the devil.
Yeah.
That's why nobody really worries about me anymore, because it's just, it's become so commonplace.
Oversaturation.
Yes, the market cannot handle it anymore.
Is there anybody that you enjoyed when they call themselves the devil? Like, I'll let this one slide?
Pee Wee Herman did it for a while, but it didn't really fit.
Yeah, that was more like tongue-in-cheek.
Before he locked into the devil thing.
Yeah.
That whole Little Nicky thing that Sandler did, I did not like that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That
terrible.
Very bad. Very bad.
But I used to strike fear into people's hearts, right?
Yeah.
Now, the only people I have on my side are these dummies in these red baseball caps who think everything's the devil. You know, like school lunches for kids are the devil.
Right. Yeah.
That's got nothing to do with me.
That's you?
No.
You're not trying to feed kids?
That's not me.
Okay.
No.
But they attribute it to you, so that's why I'm confused. You got power down there?
Oh, I do have power, yes.
God, even hell has power.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant power over my dominion.
Oh, yeah. I meant like electricity.
Oh, no, we don't. Nope.
Oh, okay.
Nope, we have first energy, unfortunately. And
so it is hell.
Yeah,
Hell
it really
real.
is. Yep. It's not as hot as it is up there.
It's Lakewood Bay Village and hell.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I've opened all the windows, but unfortunately, there's still fire on the other side. There's fire everywhere.
Yeah, it's.
But no lights. So it's too hard to explain. But yeah, we don't have power down here.
I feel like it gets explained a lot.
It might.
In detail.
And I pay my bill every month. Just wait till they send me my new bill. I'm going to tear it up. I'm going to wipe my ass with it and mail it back to them.
Are you on auto pay or do you mail a check?
I can't wipe my ass on anything. It comes out of my account. You're right. All right, fine.
Yeah, that's.
Anyway, I heard that guy was talking about me, and I just want to let everybody know that was not me.
All right. Well, we'll make sure the word gets out that that's not you. Because you wouldn't do something that stupid. You wouldn't get caught in that dumb way. Because you understand that 20 years, especially when you've existed for all time, is not that long.
No, it's a blink of an eye.
Right.
That's nothing to me.
Yeah.
So anyway, listen. Let's hope we get our power back soon. I feel your pain.
Yep.
We're having a tough time down here
Thanks.
too, boy.
Simply for the devil.
Yeah. None of the refrigerators are working around here, and that's how
Well, I guess this is more sympathy from the devil.
Sympathy. That's right. All right, listen, I'll see you.
What happened? I stepped out for a minute.
I just talked to this buddy of mine.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's good.
All right, cool. All right, well, I've got to take a break. If you want $50 to Blue Heron Brewery, it's down there in Medina. The menu's great. You got an awesome patio, and we can get your weekend underway with that. $50 to get down there. I will do that coming back. 35192, and text me for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. This
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
will again not be their year. They are the Snubbed.
Snubbed again.
Snubbed again this year.
The band's not yet welcomed into the hallowed halls of Cleveland's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame snub.
So, this weekend,
The Buzzard will honor the Outcasts.
Biggest snub.
It's bullshit.
From Alice in Chains to White Zombie and all the snubbed in between.
They got snubbed again.
With Snubble Shots. Back-to-back songs from the Rock Hall's biggest snubs.
Rejected by the Rock Hall.
Snubble Shots. All this weekend on 100.7 Snubble UMMS.
Sarah Spain with iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Capital One. In a tight game that went to penalties, the
Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's free stuff for you.
All right, have you been out to Blue Heron Brewery in Medina, by the way? I only ask because the Ohio Craft Brewers voted it the best brewery in the state. They got a great menu, a lot of good seasonal dishes, great patio, power. That's a plus. So if you put it together, a date or a girls' night or whatever it is, dudes hanging out, they'll take care of you. Reserve your spot now, BlueHeronMedina.com. And I'll give you a $50 gift card to get you up and running, okay? You get my last one of the week here, so good luck. Caller 10, this is yours, 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city. Cleveland! But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Your name is your wanting, and you can't play in the man's game, you can't close them, then go home and tell your wife your troubles. Because only one thing counts in this life. Get them to sign on the line which is dotted. A, B, C. A, always, B, B, C, closing. Always be closing. Always be closing. AIDA, attention, interest, decision, action. Attention, do I have your attention? Interest, are you interested? You close or you hit the bricks. Decision, have you made your decision for Christ? And action. AIDA, get out there. You got the prospects coming in. You think they came in to get out of the rain? A guy don't walk on the lot lest he wants to buy. They're sitting out there waiting to give you their money. Are you gonna take it? Are you man enough to take it?
There's Alec Baldwin getting in Jack Lemmon's face. He's getting in everybody's face. He's getting in Jack Lemmon's face, the late, great Jack Lemmon. He's getting in Alan Arkin's face, the late, great Alan Arkin. He's getting in Ed Harris's face. Al Pacino's out selling. Glengarry Glen Ross, one of my favorite films of all time. It was a David Mamet play that they made into a film, and they're making it a play again. Did you see the announcement about that?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember Glengarry Glen Ross, the film?
It's
so
fantastic.
It's going back on Broadway next spring.
I wish it would have been, like, the message of the film had been that the true lead was the friend you had along the way.
All of his like cursing and expletives and
that the real friendship was more valuable than anything they could have sold.
Yeah. There were a couple of movies in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, when Alec Baldwin was like full-on megawatt Alec Baldwin, where they would just bring him in to do an amazing monologue and then he'd be out. He did it in Glengarry Glen Ross. He played kind of a tertiary character in a movie called Talk Radio. He was the program director in the film version of Eric Bogosian's play. But they're putting Glengarry Glen Ross back on Broadway in the spring. Kieran Culkin. You know who Kieran Culkin is?
Yeah, he's in, what's it called?
Succession.
Succession,
Yep.
that's what it's called.
He's Ricky Roma. He's going to play the Al Pacino part. Bob Odenkirk is playing Shelley Levine. That was the Jack Lemmon part.
That is great casting.
Bill Burr is Dave Moss.
That's fun.
That was the Ed Harris role.
Yeah.
All
this
of them.
This is different for Bill Burr, too.
Yes.
Like he's been in movies. He directed a movie, all the stand-up, of course, but a live play I don't think he's ever done. That's fun.
Kieran Culkin and Bob Odenkirk have won Emmy Awards. Bill Burr has been nominated for Emmys and Grammys for his comedy albums, obviously. Bill Burr, to me, kind of represents the tail of the comet of the last pure stand-ups. because the guy, I know he's done like a lot of other things for a long time, but he has proven himself to be a lot more versatile, I think, than people give him credit for. So I would love to see this.
Well, he's also willing to step out of his comfort zone. He's also put the work in to become a better actor and learn that stuff. It's not like he's walking in off the street going, "Oh yeah, I could do that."
Yeah,
it does a lot of acting classes, and he puts himself through the ringer to make sure that he's going to be good in this situation. Because when he's in dramatic roles, he's very good at them. I feel like in movies and TVs, when he's doing dramatic stuff, it hits harder than when he's doing comedic stuff.
I think that's true of anybody doing. I think any funny actors who do drama, if they're good at it, comedy's harder to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's real good. He did Breaking Bad, and he would show up in The Mandalorian. There wasn't a whole lot for him to do in The Mandalorian, but he was good at it.
He was good at it, and then he was the best part of that King of Staten Island movie.
Oh, Pete Davidson thing.
Yeah, the Pete Davidson movie.
He did Old Dads, and
but he was great in the King of Staten Island. And that was like a little bit more comedic than dramatic, but it still was like he played it very straight.
I never got around to seeing it.
It's worth watching just for Bill Burr.
Yeah. But so they're going to restage Glenn Gary, Glen Ross in the spring with those guys. And I'm a huge David Mamet fan as far as plays go, as far as writing goes. He's a good Chicago boy, but it's like when I was in high school and college, there was always some David Mamet play being staged somewhere, and they were just the way he writes and his facility with the language is just awesome.
I remember
love Glenn Gary, Glen Ross.
Seeing that they were going to do this in a local production, Glenn Gary, Glen Ross.
Yeah.
And I said, nice Mamet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For the tub scene.
The dude abides.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, those are the three actors they've announced in the casting. I guess Odenkirk and Bill Burr, I don't know if they had any scenes together, but they were both in Breaking Bad. Yeah.
And did Bill Burr make any appearances in Better Call Saul?
I feel like he did, but I don't remember.
I got 3 seasons in and never went back to it, but I need to finish it because I heard it's all right.
Yeah, this will be Bob Odenkirk and Bill Burr's Broadway debuts. So, yeah, that's very exciting. I would like to go see that. But it's been done a lot of times. You know, I mean, like they did Glenn Gary, Glen Ross probably 20 years ago on stage, and it was Alan Alda and Liev Schreiber, and they did it with Pacino again and Bobby Cannavale and all these people who've been in and out of that play and that film. But Jack Lemmon's gone. Alan Arkin's dead. Who else was in that movie? It was Pacino, Kevin Spacey. Of course, he was the office manager in that and great in it. Jonathan Pryce, that actor is still alive. And Al Pacino, despite what he looks like, is still alive, to the best of my knowledge. So that might be worth figuring out how you can get tickets if you're a fan of that film or that play.
Oh, those are going to be pricey.
Yeah, of course. But we haven't seen anything on Broadway. And again, I'm not a huge live theater guy. I'm not, because most of them are musicals, and I simply cannot abide those. I like Book of Mormon. I saw Wicked 100 years ago. I've seen Phantom, just like everybody else. Les Mis. But those are the ones that like you kind of have to go see, I guess, or a girlfriend takes you or something like that. But as far as live theater goes,
I think
that's not a huge priority for me. We went to go see.
I wish I could go more. I love it.
Yeah.
I saw Joseph in the amazing Technicolor Dreamcast.
That's just playing video games. Playing video games all day.
Dreamcoat last year. I thought that was really good. I saw the Pretty Woman.
These are at Playhouse Square you saw?
That one was at the Beck Center.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And my buddy was in the cast, but he's also done some of the stuff that has been at Playhouse Square, too. He's a local actor and performer.
I literally don't think I've seen a live production since. Well, we saw American Utopia on Broadway a year and a half ago. But
I've never been to Broadway
to
see one.
Before that, I don't think I'd seen anything since Book of Mormon, and that was probably 10 years ago. But I'd love to go see.
Good.
It was great. It was
so
awesome.
Fun. There was an old lady sitting in front of me that was losing her mind.
In a good way or a bad way?
In a great way. She was just laughing so hard when they do the C word song. She was just, she could not stop. Like, her laughter was the perfect kind that was infectious and just making me and my girlfriend at the time laugh even harder. It was a great night. I saw Wicked. Wicked was fun.
Yeah, it was fine.
I liked it.
I saw Phantom twice. First time, I had to go see it twice because the first time I fell asleep.
I fell asleep the first time
My
I saw it.
girlfriend was very upset.
Well, I saw it when I was a kid. We went and saw it in Toronto when I was a kid, and I fell asleep because I was a kid. And
Was that with the Paul Stanley production?
I don't even know.
Oh,
I just
okay.
know that it might have been. It was probably like mid-90s.
Yeah, he played the Phantom for the Toronto run, I think.
Oh.
No, I saw it in college with my girlfriend, and then a couple years later, I went with some other friends and managed to stay awake. But I was like there with her parents, and I think her dad and I were both sleeping. So I felt, I didn't feel great about that. But
Christine, you like masks and deformities?
No, I think that he did
played
all
pretty
right.
straight,
Yeah, he did. Yep, because he's a good singer, and so they. I mean, clearly he had to do something to get the role.
Here's Paul Stanley as an Applebee's waiter.
Hello, my name is Paul Stanley. I'll be taking care of y'all tonight.
Hi.
Is anybody celebrating a birthday?
No.
How are you all feeling?
Fine, I guess.
Oh, I'm sorry, what? I can't hear you!
We're doing quite well. Thank you.
Would any of y'all like to start with an appetizer such as grilled chicken wonton tacos?
Honey, appetizer? No, I think we're good.
Or maybe you just like to get started with some alcohol?
You know what? I think we'll just order our entrees now. I'll have the Bourbon Street steak, and my wife will have the chicken Caesar salad.
Okay, that sounds nice. Oh, I'm gonna be right back with some waters.
That would be great.
That was Paul
Stanley as an Applebee's waiter.
I think he'd be great at that job.
Well, he's a very versatile performer.
Yeah.
Whether he's taking your order or telling you what the weather is going to be.
From the Weather Center, meteorologist Paul Stanley.
All right.
How's it feel out there, Paul?
Feel good.
Can you be more specific?
Clear blue skies, but you know it's getting a little cool out tonight.
How about the humidity? That's the weather from meteorologist Paul Stanley. Paul will check in with you again next hour.
Can
We
you
could have
pull-
used him when them tornadoes are ripping through my neighborhood.
Yeah, right? The siren. Can you play the original stage banter compilation that's all based on? Because I'm sure there's customers listening right now that are so lost because they've never heard.
There's a video on YouTube called 45 Minutes of Paul Stanley stage banter that's pretty good.
Toronto! You feel good? All right then, listen. You know, we may be under clear blue skies, but you know it's getting a little cool out tonight, but that ain't gonna stop us, because if we try hard enough, we're gonna get this place.
Hotter than hell, of course.
Yeah.
Is leading right into the. And I can dig in at any point in this 45 minutes, and it's gonna be gold.
Oh yeah,
And
that's the beauty of it.
because Paul Stanley in his onstage banter, not prone to expletives, we
don't have to worry about it.
We
Yeah.
don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
I said we're gonna get this place hotter than hell.
Yeah.
Playing some things we haven't played. It's what's called Lumber All I Can.
I like the old ones.
This takes a double gun. Oh, if we get this place in a hotter tonight! We're gonna have to call out. We're gonna have to call out.
Well, anyway.
Yeah.
You get the idea.
You get the idea that he's.
It's on you. You like to talk in between. I mean, we saw my son and I went to the Kiss farewell show here in Cleveland, and there was some of that.
Yeah.
But again, those guys are much older, so I think he was saving his voice for the singing, which I would
Makes
fully
sense.
expect the guy to do.
Right.
They really pushed it to the limit. There's also a great video on YouTube. Paul cringes at Ace Frehley's jokes for 2 minutes and 7 seconds straight. Ace Frehley, of course, the guy with the most problems in the original iteration of Kiss. Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons always prided themselves on kind of being the OG straight edge guys in rock and roll. Now, they would bang anything that moved. So this whole, like, you know, Gene Simmons, and they've both been on this show many times over the years, and I love them both. But Gene Simmons always kind of looked down on the people who were engaging in, like, illicit drug use. But I was like, all right, but sex is a drug, too, you know, in a hormonal and chemical way. And
that sounds like a good Kiss song.
Sex is a drug!
Get that together perfect.
You ready to have some sex is a drug? Yeah! Woohoo! Ah, you get a little bit cool tonight. Sex is a drug. Say it with me. Sex is a drug. Sex is a what? Drug. Sex is a drug.
That's good.
Does anybody here like cocaine?
They didn't do that.
Yeah, no, but they would do if sex was a drug was a song.
Oh, yeah, right.
But it's like, well, I don't indulge in any of those, but for me, sex is a
That's
drug.
right. Yeah.
All right. Hey, anybody like who likes to use their penis?
Woo! I call it my love gun.
It's my syringe. Woohoo!
All right, anywho.
Go! All right, Toronto!
Boy, he loved Toronto. I mean, I do too. Toronto is one of my favorite cities in the world, but he really loved Toronto. That's why I thought it was so strange that one of their first big hits was a song called Cold Gin, because those guys didn't drink. It's a great song. It's Cold Gin Time Again. But yeah, they were famously not into, they saw drugs and alcohol largely as the downfall of every one of their contemporaries. And Ace Frehley had big problems. And so he was the first one out. And the other guys were like, hey, you know what? You can go do your own thing. This is the Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons show. And if you want to be around, just the guys
play by the rules.
Yeah, the guys further down the line when Kiss real, you know, Bruce Kulick and Eric Singer, those guys knew what was up. Those guys were like, we're just happy to be here. We got nice big houses.
Mm-hmm.
We're in good shape. Hey, Woody.
Alan.
I knew us talking about Paul Stanley would throw up the bat signal for Woody.
Who likes vodka and orange juice?
Vodka and orange juice.
Woody
How many
does.
people in here like a little bit of vodka and tonic? Yeah!
Absolutely, brother. Hope everyone's safe after that giant storm. I've got piss poor reception out here on the lake.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, talking about Kiss.
You know what might help that piss poor reception out there on the lake? A little cold gin!
And some operational Wi-Fi!
There's a band Kiss. I've always been a huge fan, and I've never bought an album from them. But I've seen them 5 times. I was just in the right place at the right time, and I think we talked about that before.
Oh, good for you!
But do you remember when I first started calling into your show? I don't know how many years it was ago, but trying to win Cleveland Cavaliers tickets, and I did a parody of a Kiss song to win Cavs tickets, and I started off with,
yeah, he did a little Heavens on Fire to try to impress everyone, and I don't know that it did.
I think it was a turd, but it was. But that was a long time ago, man.
Well, everybody got beat by Kaylee and Whatever It Takes, right? She was the one
that
years
one was just
ago
a catchy
who.
song.
Whatever it takes, Cavs are gonna do. I said Cleveland's gonna do. I said we all got to do. I said whatever it takes.
All right, listen, Woody, am I going to see you tomorrow out at Circle K?
Yeah, you better believe it, McMillan. I'm
All
going to be
right.
there ordering my Mountain Dew, and I will see you soon.
All right, thank you. There's Woody. He's out there on the east side, and I'm going to be out at the East Lake Circle K tomorrow, giving away tickets for Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. So that'll be from 11 to 1 tomorrow. I got to take a break. I will have a pair of tickets for the Alan Cox Show cruise for you after this break. So maybe you can't make it to Circle K tomorrow or next Saturday. Maybe you can win a pair here, all right? Anything else, 35192 to text me, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Starring Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and more.
September 20th and 21st.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
somewhere in this town. See me.
We're going to be playing some Thin Lizzy this weekend. You know, we're doing another Snubble Shot weekend where we spotlight all the bands that,
Yeah, those are fun.
for whatever reason, are not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, like the really egregious omissions. This year's class goes in on October the 19th. The Romo Fijo, the big Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And who is it this year? It's Dave Matthews Band.
It's early.
Yeah, I'd have to
So
like
that's what, October 19th?
October 19th. Yeah, at the Romo Fijo. Mary J. Blige, Cher, Dave Matthews Band, Foreigner, Peter Frampton, Kool and the Gang. Ozzy goes in as a solo artist. A Tribe Called Quest.
Some good ones.
John Mayall was set to get the Musical Influence Award. He will be getting that posthumously. He just died a couple of weeks ago. Jimmy Buffett also passed away. He's getting the Musical Excellence Award. So is the MC5. I think Wayne Kramer just died, right? A lot of these are posthumous awards. Dionne Warwick. Anyway, Thin Lizzy is going to be showing up this weekend. We're doing Snubble Shots all weekend long. And I also mention them because, you know, they put out 2 albums in 1976. They put out this one called Jailbreak, and then they put out one called Johnny the Fox. Thin Lizzy, one of the high points of Irish rock and roll bands. If you've ever been to Dublin, there's that bronze statue of Phil Lynott outside the Brussels Cafe there. But they're dropping this huge Thin Lizzy box set, part of which includes their live performance on WMMS in 1976. Thin Lizzy live from Cleveland was on the Buzzard in May of 76, and that is one of the CDs that is in this Thin Lizzy box set, which is pretty cool. I'm curious who was hosting that, but if you're a Thin Lizzy fan, it's a really big collection. It's a 5 CD Blu-ray box set, and the very last CD is the live WMMS broadcast from 1976. Thin Lizzy live in Cleveland. And then, you know, listen, you got to really be into Thin Lizzy for something like this. But that's fine. Why not? But the Snubble Shots weekend all this weekend, as soon as we get out of here today, it'll start for a little bit. Guardians baseball tonight. They're in the first part of a doubleheader. They're currently losing. It's 3-0 bottom of the 5th. They're in Minnesota to play the Twins.
These are games they do not want to lose either.
No.
Not that they want to lose any games, but losing to Minnesota when they're only 3 or 4 games back, they can make up a lot of ground just by beating the Guards this weekend.
Yeah, Twins are a really good team.
Yeah.
But they are a couple of games
The
back
Central
from-
Division's a surprisingly good division. Nobody thought it was going to be as good as it is. And Twins are good, Guardians are good, and the Royals are good. And then how are the Sox doing?
And then the White Sox. I was waiting for that. You mean my 28-89 Chicago White Sox? It just pains me to say it out loud. I just hate to say it. It seems like you're transposing numbers when you say it. You can't believe that a professional ball club of any stripe is doing that poorly right now. But they are. They have not even won 30 games yet. And I got to tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if they never do.
If they win the rest of the season without getting to 30 games.
Yeah. They just end up at like 28 and 114 or whatever. So we'll see what happens there. But game 2 tonight of this doubleheader, Twins-Guardians, will be here on MMS. 8:10 is that second game scheduled for first pitch. So 7:35, something like that, is going to be. So you get about an hour of Snubble Shots in between the end of this Dog and Pony show and the beginning of your Guardians pregame. All through the month of August, remember, you can use the promo code LAKE with CLE Clothing Company. Want to get yourself some retro Buzzard gear? You'll find it there along with every shape and size of Cleveland merch. So use Lake and you get 20% off all month. Tomorrow I'm going to be out at the Circle K doing the first of 2 ticket stops for the Floating Fandango. It's presented to you by Circle K. All I would say is tomorrow, if you're going to come out, make sure that you have that Circle K Inner Circle app. I'd like people to have it when they're on the boat because it's going to get you some extra stuff. And when we're out at Circle K, you're going to have a little bit more sway and influence over the prizes if you have that Circle K Inner Circle app. So just drop that to your phone. And if you're able to make it out, I'm going to be at the Circle K in Eastlake tomorrow from 11 to 1. And then next Saturday, I'll be at the one in Fairview Park. on Lorraine from 11 to 1 as well. And then the 24th, we go out. Probably the saddest there's 2 times where I'm sad in any given year. One of them is on the anniversary of my father's death. And a very close second, the last 20 minutes of the Alan Cox Show cruise. Because it's almost over for another year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a lot of us will go on and, post-party, which is fun.
Yeah.
Go out, have some pops. Why do we have to stop the party just because we have disembarked? Is that what's called when you get off? Deplaning is a word that showed up a while ago. When we deboat or disembark, when we walk the gangplank back down to the dock. Because this year, the good time, we're leaving from over by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In years past, we've left from Nautica. This year, you're switching up boats. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
Don't go on autopilot. And
I have to keep reminding myself of that. And I've been coming in from the east side, so I keep getting off at East 9th Street while I'm staying with my girl. And I'm like, oh, this is actually good because it's reminding me I need to go that way.
That's where we're going to be.
To get on the good time.
Yeah.
We're there for a good time, not a long time. Is that the boat slogan? Because that's good.
It could be.
It should be.
Alan, I got power back at my apartment in Chardon. Good for you.
Well, now there's a whole nother disaster happening because of the floods in Cuyahoga Falls.
Yeah.
Because they got 1 billion or like 30 billion gallons of rain. Something crazy. A ton of rain.
Well, that's something else that sucks for people that don't have power is if you have a sump pump.
Yeah.
I mean, those people are, I think the noise that's pervasive in a lot of people's neighborhoods is the hum of people's generators if they have them. Because they're outside, people are running gas generators, so they're outside in the driveway or whatever, and they're running, the cables inside. Please, for the love of God, if you have a gas generator, don't put it in your garage. Put it outside. I was walking my dog this morning, and just in my neighborhood, it's a cacophony of gas generators that are running, and I was walking past one of these houses. It was like 5:45 this morning, and I'm walking past one of these houses, and they had it in their garage, and the garage door was like half closed. So I don't know. Were they worried about looters? I don't know what. That seems highly unlikely where I live. But I wanted to knock on their door and be like, homeboy, you got to get that gas generator out of your garage.
Yeah. That's not going to end well.
No. No, not at all. Mary's out today, but I did get a lot of messages from primarily women when she was talking about the manifestation portal. Now, she's not here because she has an opportunity to maybe get on the Kill Tony podcast.
Because apparently it works.
Well, that's what again, that was my first thought. I was like, this goddamn manifestation portal. Maybe there's something to it. Now, again, it's going to take a little bit more than that to sway us from the belief that that is, first and foremost, a coincidence. But if it makes her feel good, when she's back here on Monday, she's going to mention that. She's going to go, this is what I'm talking about.
We were texting a little bit.
Out of the gate, she'll say
And I know what she manifested, but I'm going to save that for her to divulge on Monday.
Oh, okay.
Because I also don't know, like, if you're supposed to say it out into the world, but how come it's not the same rule as birthday wishes where if you tell somebody, it doesn't come true?
Oh, is that true? If you tell someone your birthday wish,
I mean, that's
it
what they
won't
always tell
come true.
Little kids, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder why that is. I wonder why they instill that. There are so many lies that you will tell to small children just to kind of get through your day or to make them feel better or whatever. And then there's some that are seemingly unnecessary. And one of them is, if you tell anyone your wish, it won't come true. Like, it has to be a secret for it to come true.
Right.
I don't understand the thought process there.
But Mary's wrong. Well, she's wrong and she's right. There is a portal, but it is about the universe and the planets. It depends on where you are as far as the time goes. But the planets will be aligned at a certain time. That's why it's 8:08. 8:08 at 8:08. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. But yes, portal, real. It's about the planets and where they are in the universe. So it's like a horoscope thing.
You're stupid.
I like the boyfriend and the husband at the end. She's trying to like co-sign for Mary, and the guy's like, it's stupid.
Yeah, this is just Thor: The Dark World.
Never got around to seeing the Dark World. That was the second one?
Yeah, that's the
one
second
that
one.
stunk?
And the planets aligned.
Okay.
And then some portal opens.
Yeah.
So if it's like that would be neat. We have to fight some dark elves.
Well, listen, there are a lot of people who think that astrology is a science, by the way. Of course, it's not. But
the science.
Yeah, the
No.
science. But, oh, God, that guy's great.
That was very funny.
This poor girl, she's just trying to have some fun and whatever, and the husband and the boyfriend, he's not having it. And again, this is what is so fascinating to me, is why is it so widely consumed and disseminated by women? What is it about? I don't know what that is.
I don't either. And then I feel like any guy that's consuming it is doing it to try and bang women. Like, they're not actually believing it. They're just like...
I mean, I'm sure there are guys who believe in this stuff. It's not. I'm not saying it's just women, but boy, it seems to be heavily weighted on that side. We had that call from Demetrius live on the show yesterday where he said, hey, I manifested, I got a new car, I got a girl, I got a job. Bing, bang, boom. But boy, he is in a distinct minority with respect to that whole thing.
About the planets and where they are in the universe. So it's like a horoscope thing.
You're stupid.
Well, it's nice to have...
Please save that one so you can play that for Mary on Monday.
It's nice to have the support of your man as you're leaving a message. Hey, Scott.
Yes. Hi.
Stripper Scott, how are you, pal?
It's a day.
Every day is a fresh hell for you, isn't it, Scott?
Now here's manifesting hitting the brick wall.
Have you ever manifested anything into the manifestation portal, Scott?
I'm going to be honest. I think all this stuff is made up, but I have to think because people have always said, "Oh, the whole reason everything's bad is because you're just negative mindset," and I'm always saying to myself, "Oh, I hate this. Everything sucks. Oh, I hate it." Maybe that's why everything sucks. It's because I keep saying how much everything sucks.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
From the stuff that you tell me that has happened in your life, that all does suck. You got a lot of
Scott's had a run of bad luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I know that's oversimplifying it, but because people who believe in that stuff, when things don't go their way, they go, well, it wasn't meant to be. And if things do go their way, it's like when athletes thank God when they win the game. But ain't nobody on the Chicago White Sox thanking God for being 28 and 89. So,
right.
Whatever
fits the narrative.
I guess I don't think there's any harm in it. Bill and I differ on that. I don't think there's any harm in it. I think if it's something
there can be. I don't think like overall it's not harmful, but I think there are people that use this as a way to prey on people financially, and I think there's a lot of people that...
Well, there is a sucker born every minute. So.
And there's people that use it to avoid actual change in their life, like actually taking responsibility because they just go, well, the universe.
Well, Scott, we got off on a tangent. What were you calling me about?
Yeah. I'll tell you in a sec, but that reminded me, yes, like you were saying about the it makes me feel happy. That's kind of where I'm at now at 46, and I don't want to, get into debates about religion with people and stuff. I'm like, you know what? Like, life is hard for everybody, and if believing in something makes you feel better, then have fun, because if it helps.
Yes.
So I'm not going to debate people on religion. It's just that it's fine.
Right.
But like you were saying, when people parents lie to their children to tell them stuff like that, it reminded me of when I was a kid, they told me about like Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy and God and stuff. But one time, my favorite probably, my dad one time told me he loved me.
That was Scott making a joke. People lie to their kids. One time my dad told me he loved me.
Very funny.
Oh, Scott, you son of a bitch. You know what? It was...
You're a cheeky little bastard.
It's cheeky. You're a little stinker, Scott.
Yeah, a little stinker. You going on the boat with us?
Yeah, I was able to buy tickets that like first day. I think the link didn't work initially, but then it like came back up later, and I was able to get it.
Yeah,
so.
he got in. He's an early adopter. Okay, well then we'll see you on the boat,
Fine with
Scott.
me. I love going on that, and I always said, hey, I'd be happy to pay. The winning mechanic was difficult for people. I always was happy to buy tickets, so this is great that I get to go.
Well, we'll
So
see you on the
I'll be happy to
24th
see you
then.
guys. Yep. See you
All
guys
right,
then.
there's
Take care.
strippers.
On naked women, strippers, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
Your daddy issues.
I got to take a break.
Give him a boner, stripper, Scott.
If you are on hold, I'll grab you on the way back. If you're trying to get your mitts on some King Diamond tickets, I have one more pair this week to give you. King Diamond back after, it's been 4 or 5 years since he's played the Agora. And they're coming back to do the show on November the 6th. So if you want to check that show out, I'll hook you up coming back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, the triumphant return of King Diamond on tour and back in Cleveland this fall, the St. Lucifer's Hospital 1920 tour. That's the name of it. King Diamond, your headliner. Overkill. Bobby Blitz still fronting that band. Night Demon on the bill, too. It's a great lineup. It's going to happen Wednesday, November the 6th. At the world-famous Agora. I think that's the last time King Diamond was here. The Agora 2019, maybe. AgoraCleveland.com will always have details on the shows there. You'll get my last pair of tickets this week. So good luck. Make them count. I will see you there. Caller 10, 2 for King Diamond. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
The whole thing is f***ing pointless.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
A little overkill there. We're doing our metal show tomorrow night, by the way. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. We were off last week. We're off next week. So get it while you can. Immediately following the Guardians game tomorrow night. It's 120 minutes of nothing but heavy metal. Old school, brand new stuff, local metal, classics, all of it. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler are your leggy and vivacious hosts. And we got a lot of great stuff planned for you tomorrow night on the show. We got some classic Judas Priest. Got some brand new Marilyn Manson. He just dropped a new song. We got local music from Convictions. That is Christian metalcore out of Fremont. And they sound good. We got some old school Candlemass. We got Blitzkrieg, Megadeth, Acid Mass, and lots more. You can always email me for requests or your band. I always love hearing what's happening locally in metal. That is 2htm@wmms.com. But that is tomorrow night, immediately following the Guardians game. Hey, Brother ADX.
Hey, Captain Fun. How you guys doing, man?
What's going on?
Hey, Mary was discussing the divine manifestation, and I have to agree because it actually happened today. In 1923, there's a lady named Alice Bailey. She founded the Arcane School, which is part of Lucis Trust, and the Lucis is short for Lucifer. And she was instrumental in writing the bylaws for the United Nations in New York and a forecast for the future of America. And so today, there's in the UN building, there's a meditation room with a big black cube located in the center of it. And they established the 10 rules for the one world government. And we can, actually see these rules taking place today. If you want me to list them, I can. Number one,
Wait a second. He asked me a question and then he just started right in on it. I would think that, Brother ADX, I would think that they would want to keep the rules for the one world order secret rather than putting them on display.
Well, they're actually online. You can actually print them out, and there's documentaries have been done on this. But they're very quick. I can go through them very quick.
But I mean, we're talking about manifestation portals and astrology, or Mary was talking about it yesterday. That stuff has been around since recorded time. I mean, what new spin do people think? The Egyptians in the 1st century BC were doing this. Ptolemy was trying to work out the maps of the stars. What new spin do people think they're possibly putting on it now?
Well, they say that this is what they want to do as a forecast for America is take God and prayer out of education, reduce parental authority over children, destroy the traditional Christian family structure. If sex is free, make abortion easy and legal.
These are all really, really good ideas, by the way.
Yeah,
These
it's
are
gonna
all.
make a better society.
You are
They're
checking
all-
every
they're all
box.
in-
You are
they're-
scratching me right where I itch.
They're all they're all happening right now. Make divorce easy and legal. Free people from the concept of traditional marriage. Make homosexuality the alternative lifestyle. Debase art. Make it run
freedom.
mad.
Oh, so
use
this
media
isn't on the wall at the UN or NATO or whatever you said.
No, it's on their government website.
On the
UN
website. Yeah, I gotcha.
The Lucis Trust.
So it's like so this is just a right-wing religious thing then.
No. These are the people who run things, the powers that be, the decision makers, the lawmakers. They want to bring this stuff into law.
Well, there are plenty of people in charge of, but there are plenty of people in charge of things who don't want any of those things.
Well, here's number 8. Use media to promote and change mindsets. Create an interfaith solution without God and get government to make these rules into law and get the churches to endorse them.
I love it.
The one
I love
thing
it.
that we
Start taxing. Is taxing churches anywhere on there? I bet it's not.
That'd be cool.
No, not taxing.
So in their estimation, churches should still be able to operate unabated with respect to their financial situation.
Brother ADX, are you a Christian?
Of course he is.
Oh, I didn't get that from him. You love Jesus?
I consider myself to be a Christian, a Muslim, and a Jew because I believe I'm a Christian because I believe in Jesus and the gospel. I believe I'm a Muslim because I believe in Prophet Muhammad and the Holy Quran. And I'm also a Jew because I believe in Moses and the Torah.
I don't know if you know how this works, but you got to pick one.
No, listen.
You can't just be playing all the. You can't just be coexisting your beliefs into heaven. You got to choose one.
That's the beauty of religion is it's all made up anyway. You can pick whatever you want. I mean, growing up Catholic, even within one religion, they call them cafeteria Catholics, right? They just pick and choose what they want.
Right.
That's what every religion does.
Right.
So there's nothing saying that you can't pick from all the various ones out of whole cloth. That's what all of it is. People are like, well, I like some of this, I like some of that, because it's all the same story. So it's just shades of difference.
There's one God. There's only one God, and that's the original black man. So if you start,
there is no God. You misspoke.
Okay. Well, okay, that's fine. That's fine for you to believe that, but I can explain the universal laws of physical existence to you on the air.
Yeah, but there's no evidence.
Time.
But Brother ADX, there's no evidence to support your claims.
Why not? I can prove it right now. God is physical because everything that testifies to his greatness.
There's
is
zero
physical.
evidence to support that. There's zero tangible scientific evidence to support that.
Look across the desk. You see a physical Billy Squire. All right?
You don't even call me the right name. You don't know how physical I am.
He's being cheeky. I'll tell you, Billy Squire is physical, boy.
I go by Bill.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Brother ADX. I appreciate it. I could do this all day long. You know I could just talk to you ad nauseum about the one true world order. For me, the New World Order begins and ends with the great Al Jorgensen and ministry. This is who he was talking about, Bill. Billy Squire, but this is not our Bill Squire. We have William Scott Squire.
That's correct.
On this show. You're talking about William Hazlip Squire, the pride of Wellesley, Massachusetts. I don't know what he's doing these days. Being old, I guess. He's like 75 years old. I had taken my daughter to eat at Freddy's out in Avon. There's this burger place
good.
she likes called Freddy's. And Gwen had been out of town, and so Nora and I went to eat at Freddy's. And whatever music service they had on kept playing the same song every couple of songs, and I don't know why. So they would play like a song, and then you'd hear Here I Go Again by Whitesnake. But the terrible top 40 version that got edited in like the early 90s. And then Billy Squire would play. He'd play The Stroke. And so I'm sitting there bobbing my head talking to my daughter. And then frigging Here I Go Again would come back on. And I'm like, first of all, I go, not one of these people working here knows who the hell Whitesnake or Billy Squire. Like, their ears aren't perking up because they're 16 years old. They have no idea what's happening. If it were me, I'd be like, hey, why do they keep playing this song? But, and then another couple songs would play. And then Here I Go Again would play again. I don't know why. But anyway, Billy Squire is doing fine. They say that he has a net worth of about $80 million.
Oh, geez.
So he got out of the
Good
business
for
kind
him.
of, for the most part, a long time ago. He's doing just fine.
Look it up, Billy. We got the same name.
Yeah.
Spelled different. I don't go with a Y on my name. But, hey, give me some money.
Yeah. give me some of that money. I'm one of your long-lost relatives, even though we have the same last name. Long-lost relative.
Not the same now. It's not even the same last name because
it's spelled differently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He spells his all willy-nilly.
He used to go by Willie Squire. Willy-nilly Squire. But then he changed that. Somebody sent me a photo of Haley Welch. We all know her name now, but she was, of course, first presented to us as the Hawk Tuah girl. And she's pimping membership cards now, and I don't know what that means. Does she have like a fan club or something? Or she has I guess there's a subscription page on something called Fanfix. Maybe this is for people who don't want to do OnlyFans. Because that's when somebody goes viral or gets famous, people immediately go, are you on OnlyFans? But it was pretty clear that she didn't want anything to do with that. It was pretty clear that she didn't want to parlay whatever her viral fame was into her being naked. And so now she's on, I guess.
Earn and connect with your most loyal fans. Monetizes your following by creating clean, exclusive behind-the-scenes content.
There it is
On Fanfic.
So it's like a G-rated OnlyFans, or maybe PG-13. I think the best you're going to get out of her is her
kind of just
not
Patreon,
wearing a bra. That might be as far as it goes. Somebody commented that that Haley Welch is just the Cash Me Outside girl for people who watch too much Yellowstone. And of course, people go, "Oh, next thing you're going to do is OnlyFans," but.
I mean, she's making a lot of money without having
and
to go
I
down
also
that road.
believe her when she says, I don't want anything to do with that. She could have immediately gone that way. And there's plenty of people who might have, but she just seems nice. There's
Seems
so
like she's just
many.
gonna do the rounds, make whatever she can, but like not
And get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't feel like this is like her long-term goal or anything.
because she fell ass backwards into being famous. There's so many people so goddamn thirsty to be famous.
Mm-hmm.
That's why in that very first video that we all saw when the guy was doing, a big long thing of street interviews, and she ended up going supernova from the Hawk Tuah thing, her friend, who was right there with her, you could see in her friend's eyes that she knew her friend had just gone viral. And her friend looked bummed for just the smallest, I could be projecting, of course, but for just the split second, her friend is like, damn it. I wish that was me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't get the impression that she's like, I'm going to ride this thing until because she lives with her Nana or whatever.
I think she's doing it right, where she's going to make some money and then just kind of go, I'm good.
Her subscription page.
Hey, remember her?
Her subscription page costs $15 a month. And she promises to connect with fans one-on-one. That is even if you're on a clean platform, though, you're going to be beset on all sides by dudes who want you to do stuff. So, but again, she can decide to interact with people or not. Fanfix says that their site is brand safe, which means if people have other kinds of sponsorships, they don't have to worry about losing them because they're showing their hole. And they don't permit nudity or explicit content. It's specifically designed for Gen Z creators, and they say they have 15 million users, which, okay. Have a lot of people heard of Fanfix? Maybe. But that's where she is. And she was just here not long ago. She did that country club in the flats there.
I'm like, country club. Country club. It's a
country bar, I should have said, not a country club. Yeah. She might be making country club appearances. I don't know. She was a country bar called Welcome to the Farm, which is a terrible name, but I mean, it's a chain, I think. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Alan.
What's up?
How are you?
Good.
Do you think that this girl deserves to be famous? Do you think she should be? Do you give her kudos, or do you look down on her for
No, I don't look down on anybody who gets famous. I don't understand what you mean by deserve to be famous. I mean, most people who are famous didn't do that much to get there. I mean, social media has made a lot of people accidentally famous. And I don't begrudge anybody who's trying to strike while the iron's hot because there's money to be made. It's not gonna last. And so you might as well parlay that into whatever you're comfortable with. But the deserve to be famous thing, I don't understand.
I mean, I just don't think that, I guess you've answered my question, but it just doesn't sit right with me that, this is a society now. We just make people famous for one-liners. It's like, I know 10 people at work that could come up with one-liners, and they all deserve to be famous more than anybody else. So,
yeah, but again,
I don't
you're
know.
describing. I mean, I get what you're saying. Of course, I get what you're saying, but you're just you talk about your friends and their one-liners. That would be no different than what she did.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
if it's a well-placed one-liner, but like I said, there's a lot of people trying really hard to do what she did. And the reason that she blew up is it came across as completely off the top of her head and organic and funny. And what do you do for a living, Chris? What do you and your friends do that these guys deserve to be famous?
Well, I was a high-rise window cleaner for 20 years, and then I switched industries, and now I work in the sign and the display union. So I
also
build and install signs.
I also think, Chris, that fame is, because it can seemingly happen to anyone now, fame itself is not as big of a deal as it used to be. Like it used to have to your point, you used to have to really work to get famous. You had to work hard to get famous and noticed. And now I think it's good, though. I like it because, it's fleeting. And why not? Why shouldn't regular people be getting famous and making money off something stupid?
When you put it like that, I can't even argue with it. So
I'm telling you, Chris, you and your friends should get on this fan fix and be making hella funny PG-13 content for the make some money.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible in this world today.
That's right. That's the beauty of it. Anything is possible. Okay, thank you, Chris.
Appreciate it.
Good luck out there. What did he say? He builds signs?
Yeah, it sounds like he does like billboards and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You get out there and put up some funny billboard. Get yourself on one of these platforms. Everybody's trying to make content. What do? I'm a content creator. Oh, are you? Oh, me too.
I'm a content creator.
See, that's what I'm talking about. When I do stuff, it just makes you feel a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. Or way worse, because you stopped listening to it.
A content creator. Yeah. Well, yeah, listen, I have and I don't get the sense that people, by and large, begrudge this young lady her accidental fame. And so when people, like Chris, I get what he's saying because we've all said it. The Kardashians are kind of the OG template for being famous for just being famous. But Kim Kardashian was just Paris Hilton's club pal for a while. That's how she got going. When Paris Hilton was like the big thing, she got eclipsed by Kim Kardashian after that sex tape. I think that's what sets people off, is that the OG got famous off a sex tape. Back in the day, though, in the analog era, pre-social media, that's how people got famous. Sex tapes.
Well, sex tapes, but also
or sex tapes of already
being
famous
on the news
people.
or being on like a radio contest. Like there was all sorts of people that would be known and they'd have their 15 minutes of fame. It was just disseminated in a different way.
Yeah.
And it would stick around. It would actually be longer than 15 minutes because the news cycle and the content cycle was so much slower back then.
Yeah, it was less compressed.
Mm-hmm.
There weren't any platforms other than, legacy media.
Right.
People asking if she's also on Cameo. I didn't see anything about that. Cameo is in a real bad way, so
I don't think anyone's signing up for that.
No,
right now.
I don't think Cameo is going to be around in a year. Hawk Tuah girl was at SummerSlam.
Yeah.
And people that have met her and have hit me up, they're like, she's just really nice.
Yeah.
She's very sweet.
She seems like
I have to think
just
she's surrounded by
very-
security at this point.
Yeah, she's very thankful for what's happening, but she seems like a pretty down-to-earth dude.
Yeah.
Girl.
Dude, is she a very down-to-earth dude? Living out there in the hinterlands of Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't know where her dad is. Drug addict. Whatever. I'm going to take a break. I'll have Guardians tickets for you. The Texas Rangers are going to be in town in a couple of weeks. I'm talking about 2 weeks from tonight. That is the 23rd. I'll have a 4-pack for you. See, the Guardians play the Texas Rangers at Progressive Field. After the break, Dr. Ryan Bergland is going to join us later on after 5 o'clock. He's a surgical urologist from the Cleveland Clinic. He joins us occasionally throughout the year for a segment called Is It Red? And it is specifically for you guys who've got some weird things going on in the strike zone down there. So if you have questions for him, you can email them to me ahead of time. Otherwise, we'll take your calls and your texts and messages live when he is in. I will also have the last trip of the week for you to get to Vegas. It's $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival in September. So you'll get that last keyword of the day around 5:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart
An accident in the left-hand lane at 90 westbound past East 55th Street and a crash on 77 southbound at 271. That takes out the right-hand lane. I'm Faith Nazevich in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Would you rather have quality or speed? Get both at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, Cleveland's trusted oil change provider. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes. We're always quick, but never rushed. Drive in today. No appointment needed.
The moments have been magical.
The USA are climbing back up the mountain.
The 2024 Paris Olympics are in the final days, and you can listen to all of NBC's live play-by-play coverage on the free iHeart app, including the closing ceremonies. Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. Legends made.
Simone Biles, all-around champ.
Soon, the flame will be passed to us for the summer of 2028 in Los Angeles. Open the free iHeart app now and search Olympics.
Now it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see your Cleveland Guardians 2 weeks from tonight. The Texas Rangers are going to be in town. It's a 7:10 first pitch, Friday, August 23rd, around the corner at Progressive Field. And I got a 4-pack for you. Grab that MLB Ballpark app if that's not on your phone. It makes things a lot easier if you go to a lot of games. Or if you just go to one all season. It just streamlines the whole process. So 4-pack of tickets for you 2 weeks from tonight. Guardians, Rangers, hopefully under sunny skies. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm going to have more Guardians tickets for you next week as well. When the Pirates come to town, the Buccos are going to be playing the next Friday. That's August the 30th. I'll have 4-pack of tickets for you to get to that game as well. Also next week, more tickets for you to join us on the Alan Cox Show cruise. Captain Fun's Floating Fandango this year. New boat, new sponsor. New fun to be had. It's all presented by Circle K. We're going to be on the Good Time 3. Matitude's going to spin for you. Bill, myself, and Mary will all be there. I believe our friend Bridget Linton is going to make an appearance as well.
I believe she is.
She's going to be on board. Stripper Scott will be there. Oh! And we'd love to have you along. So I'm doing a ticket stop tomorrow at Circle K in Eastlake on Vine Street from 11 to 1. And then next Saturday, I'll be at the Circle K in Fairview Park from 11 to 1 on Lorraine there. Otherwise, you have to win the tickets here on the show. So that'll be next week. I will also have tickets for you if you want to see the band Skillet. You like Skillet? They're going to play the Agora on September the 6th. And the Descendants. You want to go old school with the Descendants? They are going to be playing a show at the Agora as well on Friday, the 13th of September. Descendants and Circle Jerks. There's going to be a lot of old punks at that show, boy.
Yeah.
With a band called Surfboard.
My son is also named Surfboard.
My name is Bort, too. And Newfound Glory. Do you like NFG?
I do.
They're playing the end of this month at the Agora. They're celebrating 20 years of the Catalyst album. So they're going to play that in its entirety. And they have a band with them called Sincere Engineer, who have a terrible name, but they're pretty good. So all of those shows and events, tickets for you next week. Dr. Ryan Bergland will join us later on today for our next installment of Is It Red? We call it that because he comes in to help you guys with problems that you're having down there. He's a surgical urologist at the Cleveland Clinic. And he's been coming on this show a long time. He and I met after I had been at MMS for maybe a couple of years. And he's been coming in ever since. And so it's a very good opportunity for you to avail yourself of his expertise. And so I'll take your calls and your texts and all that kind of stuff. If you're not able to listen live, you can email me a question. And he'll be in just before 5:30. We'll catch up with him.
And don't forget, this Sunday, I'm headlining a show at Hilarities, the Reverse Crowdwork Show. It's going to be a great show. Come on. Why did I get all Trumpy there? It's going to be a great show. It's the best reverse crowdwork you've ever heard. It's a lot of fun, though. And I got a film crew that's going to capture it all, so it's going to look real good. If you don't make it, you can watch it later. Alan, so get tickets at billsquire.com. Would you like some of my nut blend? I got cashews and macadamia.
Cashews, yeah.
And macadamia.
I don't care for macadamia nuts, but thank you.
Really?
Yep, I'll eat a cashew any day of the week.
I love a cashew. I love a macadamia nut.
Yep.
And that sidewalk finally being open is so nice.
Oh, yeah, they finally finished.
Yeah, you can pop
the
over
condo
there
building
to that CVS that's always a CVS that's so Cleveland that they have the beef jerky locked behind glass.
Yep.
I love that.
It's like the fall of Saigon in there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
you got to make sure you check the nuts before you buy them because
that they're not open.
Yeah, you got to make sure they're not open.
Yeah. That's where you went, the CVS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was feeling a bit peckish.
A little peckish, yeah.
And so I was like, I'll get some nuts and some dark chocolate.
Yep, it's pretty tasty.
I've really come around on the dark chocolate thing, too.
Good. It's man's chocolate.
I still feel like
Bureau Chiefs, if you listen to us on iHeartRadio, thank you. We have them all over. If you watch the live stream, you've seen this map behind me. Those are all the places in, the contiguous United States and Hawaii and Alaska.
If I point to one, can you find the bureau chief, maybe?
If you tell me where it is.
I'm going to go New Mexico, Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. Oh, I just mentioned Albuquerque. That would be Lori is in Albuquerque, and Wally and Ken and Rick are all in Albuquerque listening.
How about Lincoln, Nebraska?
Lincoln, Nebraska is going to be Marshall.
Let's go up here in Minnesota.
Yeah.
We'll go with Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. You're talking about Evan and Joel in Minneapolis.
Very good.
And we have a number of Canadian bureau chiefs. We have Robin, who listens in Toronto. We have Kaylin, who listens in Vancouver. We have Greg, who listens in a town called Temagami, Ontario.
Temagamu.
You might remember Rob Ford, who was the mayor, the crack-smoking mayor of Toronto. But I think his brother is the mayor of Toronto now. I think Rob Ford passed away, yeah?
He wasn't addicted to crack. He just smoked crack sometimes on film.
Well, I'm sorry. He wasn't addicted. Well, no, I just said the crack-smoking mayor of Toronto.
I would like him referred to as the mayor that smoked crack, not the crack smoking.
Not crack smoking makes it sound too frequent.
It sounds like he's doing it all the time. And he would just do it when he got, wasted drunk.
Well, Doug Ford is his brother. And I'm not sure if he's some kind of MP up there or if he's the current. I feel like the current mayor of Toronto is a woman. But anyway, Doug Ford is Rob Ford's brother, and he holds some kind of political office. And he said, even though we don't have evidence of it, there are always rumors of people who are pooping in the sand at Toronto beaches. And he wants people to stop doing that for obvious reasons.
They don't have 100% proof, but we've given Wasaga Beach $1 million. They have no proof that people are pooping in the park per se. I think people are respectful enough that, folks, don't be pooping on the beach. Simple as that.
Mm-hmm. Pooping in the park per se. That's a good line. We don't have people pooping in the park per se.
They don't have 100%. They have no proof that people are pooping in the park per se.
Pooping in the park per se. So there are beaches there in Toronto. Pound Cake went on one years ago, right? He went to a nude beach there in Toronto. And when we stay there, we stay right by the edge of the water there. And so there are a number of beaches. That's Lake, it's not Lake Ontario. I mean, that's the bigger body of water. I know there's a smaller body of water there. But anyway, it is on Lake Ontario. But they're asking people, hey, listen, please don't poop in the sand. And if you've ever been to a beach and happened to come across somebody who clearly has just done that, it's like they're taking a cue from like when dogs will cover up their poop.
Or cats, yeah.
Or cats. If you've ever come across somebody who very clearly was just doing that, I remember being at the Hippie Hollow, which is a nude beach in Austin. It's on Lake Travis, which is a man-made beach. But everybody's naked. It's not a sandy beach. It's a very rocky beach. So you're either walking around in aqua socks or flip-flops or something. But otherwise, everybody's buck naked. And I remember a guy coming out of, like, the underbrush. And he very clearly had just, he kind of had that wiggle, you know, where you're like, he had just taken
like kind
a
of
dump.
check and make sure he got it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, right.
I mean, listen, if you're going to poop on the beach and you dig a Joey from Friends size hole.
Is that a big hole?
It's a big hole.
Okay.
And then cover it up. I don't see the problem in that.
Yeah.
People aren't going to get to it. And then there's also, there was a story. I don't know if this is real or not, but it seemed pretty funny that there were these two guys in Ireland dug a big hole at a beach and then left. And then the next day, people were like, where'd this hole come from? And a scientist went out there and they're like, this is from some sort of rock or some sort of meteor that crashed here. And then people did the detective work and found out it was just these two dudes that dug a hole. It's probably fake, but it was a funny enough story.
Moon rock
like,
and poop. Yeah. Well, Wasaga Beach is what they're talking about, which is on the far northern side of Toronto. That's on Lake Huron. We'll usually stay on the south side there, but Wasaga Beach is, because they're worried that's
lapping waves.
Yes.
Lakes.
They're worried that's going to cut into their tourism.
So coming here is really easy. We go by car and it's a nice place.
Adding to the allure, it's home to the world's longest freshwater beach. These days, it's the acrid stench of social media that has people talking.
It was a colleague of mine in Quebec. He said, don't go to Wasaga Beach because apparently people have been defecating on the beach.
Jonathan Maurice.
So nice, defecating on the beach. The largest freshwater beach in the world. Is that what they said? I didn't know that.
Really?
Maybe we got to get up there sometime.
Ignored that warning.
Yesterday, I just told my girlfriend about that. And now you're right here in front of me telling me this story. So I don't know what to make of it, but I haven't seen any defecations.
A post claiming beachgoers had been using their tent as an outhouse recently went viral. In a statement, Wasaga Mayor Brian Smith said the town has received no evidence from residents, visitors, or the Ontario government to verify that any undesirable, unsanitary behavior has occurred. And if any evidence comes to light, I assure you that we will be quick to act.
To invest more resources and finances.
Imagine if you got pinched because you got caught pooping on the beach. Like that was the charge.
Right.
Well, what happened to you? I did some defecations on the beach. Wasaga Beach, right near the Blue Mountain Ski Resort. Somebody put out a list of the deadliest jobs, and they're what you would expect. I think logging was the number one deadliest job. I don't think we have loggers around here. We still have surfers in Northeast Ohio, unbelievably. Transplants here, I think that's a joke. But logging is the most dangerous job in the United States. Roofers, our friend Woody, who we just talked to not long ago, he recently retired. But that was his career as a roofer. So it's amazing that he's still alive. It's a testament to his commitment to safety. And, people who work in the trades and aircraft pilots and fishing and hunting workers, those have high attrition rates. This is very, very dangerous. A couple of weekends ago when we were in northern Michigan for my wife's cousin's wedding, we went up a couple hours north from there and went up to the UP to find the mystery spot in St. Ignace. We wanted to show our daughter. Where like the balls roll uphill and that kind of stuff. There's some kind of geomagnetic anomaly up there that makes you feel really weird when you're in this one spot. And so obviously you're taking the Mackinac Bridge to get over there. And on the way back, We made a little detour for lunch, and we're walking along the beach there by the Mackinac Bridge. And there is a plaque on the base of the Mackinac Bridge in memoriam to the guys who died building the bridge. And I have to imagine that there had been hundreds of them, but only 5 people died building the Mackinac Bridge. This is in the mid-'60s. And it doesn't say how they died, but it gives their names. And so I'm looking at this. There are 2 specific plaques at the foot of the Mackinac Bridge on the south end. And one of them is in memoriam or in notice of the first Jewish settler in Michigan. And then the other one is for the guys who died building the Mackinac Bridge.
Does it say first and last?
Well, I mean, it was like a guy who had come over from Canada, but he'd made his way through from, a long time ago. Back when they were, he was a trapper. But 5 workers, more people died jumping off the Mackinac Bridge than died building it.
Well, that's good. It means they had some decent safety regulations while building it.
Because in the mid-'50s, one of the guys who died from the bends because he was down doing work, under the water, and he came up too fast.
Yeah.
Died from the bends. Another dude, a 26-year-old guy, fell 40 feet into some construction material while he was welding. He fell. Another guy died. He fell into the water while he was working on a beam, and that killed him. A 28-year-old guy fell on the first day he worked on the bridge. He was on a temporary catwalk. 2 guys died together. They both fell from a temporary catwalk on their first day on the job.
Damn.
Never made it home. And so I'm reading this, and I'm fascinated because I hadn't seen it, but I was like, wow, I would have thought so many more people would have died building the Mackinac Bridge. But only 5 of them building it. One fell in a caisson while welding. You know what a caisson is? Your dad's in the business.
No.
It's a watertight retaining structure used to work on the foundations of a bridge pier.
Yeah, he hasn't done a lot of that type of stuff.
He doesn't do a lot of bridge construction.
No.
It looks like a hollow kind of silo that they use.
I was going to bring those up.
ground.
I didn't know that's what they were called.
Yeah,
but those things
a caisson?
are
Caisson.
Caisson?
very cool.
Caisson.
Oh, like in Vietnam?
Yeah.
It's called a caisson. Not like the Battle of Quezon, but, But imagine you're building a bridge, which in the mid-'50s, that had to give you no small amount of kind of civic pride to do that. And you die on your first day. You don't even make it home. Guy in your mid-20s. And what happened to my son or my husband? Well, he fell into a caisson. What? We're not even in Vietnam yet. No. It's a thing. It's a bridge thing. Alan, the loggers are the ones leaving all those defecations on the beach. Oh, is that what they call them? I'm a logger. And I didn't find any Mackinac peaches while I was up there, too. So, you know how I love when the Mackinac peaches come in, but I didn't find any up there. Hello.
Hello, Bill.
Hey. Who's this?
Bill.
Mm-hmm.
You know who this is. Bill, are you there?
Yeah, who's it?
It's Wilhelmina.
Oh, what's up,
Hi,
Wilhelmina?
Bill.
How are you doing?
How have you been?
I wish you were here in person because I would love to share my nut blend with you.
Yeah. What is that?
It's just a mix of nuts of cashews and macadamia nuts.
I love cashews.
You do?
I do.
What about macadamia?
I've been there, I think, once or twice.
No, the kind of...
Took a trip there in high school, Bill.
No, it's a kind of nut.
Oh, I've never had
Wait, what? Are you thinking of Macedonia?
Yes, I am. Yes. I'm sorry, not macadamia, Macedonia.
Got it. What's up? How you doing?
You know, Bill, not to be that person.
Be it.
You know, a cashew, not a nut.
Oh, really?
It's a fruit, Bill.
It's a fruit?
It's a fruit.
What kind of fruit is it?
Cashew fruit.
I always thought it was a nut. I thought it was a legume.
You might be right. I don't
Okay.
know. I'm trying to sound smart, Bill.
That worked. You
I
sounded
miss
very
talking
smart.
to you, Bill. I'm just checking in because I don't. Do you have power, Bill?
I don't have power.
I don't either.
Oh, no.
It's terrible.
I bet.
Oh, it's starting to smell.
What is?
Everything.
Oh, no.
Me, the house,
Ugh.
my refrigerator.
Yeah.
Terrible. I've been sleeping in there.
You've been sleeping in your refrigerator?
Yes. Oh, it was so cool for a while, and then it stopped being cool, Bill.
Yeah, probably after a few minutes of you being in there.
Oh, it was. I had a hard time getting out.
What brand of refrigerator do you have?
A Samsung.
Oh, okay.
Yes. It's brand new.
Yeah.
I
Well,
had to get one specifically.
big enough.
Yes.
I gotcha.
Yes. But I know
Because
enough.
you were planning to get into the refrigerator?
No.
Hmm.
I just keep a lot in there.
Oh, okay.
But I had to throw all that out.
Hmm.
And it just worked out that I was
That
able
you
to
would fit, yeah.
Yes.
And then you're able to get out too, because I thought that it was impossible to open the door from the inside.
No, I still had some butter left.
Okay.
That's how I was able to get out, Bill.
Okay.
But it's so terrible. I feel so terrible for people who are still out there with no power, Bill.
Yeah, me too. It's not great. I'm lucky enough to not have to stay at my place. I have a place to stay, so other people.
Like at a friend's house or something.
Yeah, my girlfriend's house.
What?
Yeah.
Where Bill?
It's been a while.
What? Who is this?
Is it my girlfriend? I've been seeing her since October last year.
Of last year?
Mm-hmm.
Bill, we've talked since then.
I know.
You purposely didn't say anything.
I talk about her all the time on the show.
Why didn't you say anything?
She likes my
Bill?
nut blend.
I get it, Bill. I know you. That's okay, because I have a boyfriend too, Bill.
Oh, you do?
I sure do.
What's his name?
Xylon.
Xylon?
Xylon is his name.
Oh.
Yes.
How'd you guys meet?
At a place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on an app.
Well, thanks for sharing.
Isn't life great for us right now?
It is.
You have a girlfriend, and I have a Xylon.
Well,
Bill, I'm lying. I don't really have a boyfriend.
Xylon was made up?
All
right, well.
Oh, I hope I can get out of this refrigerator soon, Bill.
Wait, you're still in there?
I'm still in there, Bill. You go have fun with your girl.
Okay, I will. Have fun with Xylon and your Samsung refrigerator.
Oh, boy. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. I'll have that last pair of Megadeth tickets for you later on. Megadeth is on their Destroy All Enemies tour. They don't enumerate how many enemies they have, only that they will destroy all of them. That'll be at the Cleveland Masonic end of September. So if you're trying to get to Megadeth, I'll hook you up for that later on. 35192. Text me anything there, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Diener walked to the dispensary down the street to legally buy recreational weed for the first time. He's there now.
Somebody else, another guy from a radio station is here with headphones on.
What radio station is he from?
Rover's NPR.
Oh, NPR. That's official. Maybe you can dick with him.
What kind of weed do you smoke? I don't smoke.
Cox Show sausage party.
Finally, we're getting a little more sausage at this party.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
As the snow flies on a cold and gray Chicago morning, a poor little baby child is born in the ghetto, and his mama cries in the ghetto.
Did you know today kicks off Elvis Week? Boy, they're hanging on to this Elvis thing.
Elvis Week.
Elvis Week.
I mean, that's what they need to rename MGK Day because it's like 5 days long.
What is? MGK Day?
Yeah.
Oh, really? They're doing all kinds of stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, last I heard that somebody was going to sell Graceland because they couldn't pay to keep it open, or Riley Keough is the last one standing, that foxy Riley Keough. She's Lisa Marie Presley's daughter. And as I understand genealogy, Elvis's granddaughter. But she's quite successful in her own right. But Elvis Week kicks off today, August 9th. Today would have been, I was texting with my mom. I always send flowers because it would have been my parents' anniversary today. And my mom goes, the cemetery, see my dad or whatever. And my mom's only sibling, her brother, who she's not close with, we haven't seen him since my grandmother's funeral in 2016. He was a huge Elvis fan, massive Elvis fan. And so growing up, I always thought my uncle was kind of touched in the head. So that's what I associated with Elvis fans, was my uncle. Obviously, I understand there's a lot of people who are not touched in the head who like Elvis. But I mean, you have to wonder how long these things hang on. There's still plenty of people, I guess, multi-generational, who still have an affinity for Elvis. But I mean, even in the 90s, you would see casinos in Vegas taking down like Elvis photos because they're like, this generation doesn't know who Elvis is. But I think music now sticks around a lot longer than it used to across generations.
And it gets rediscovered.
Yeah.
And
because you'll see memes all the time, right? Where they're like, music from the 2000s is as far away from us as music from the, when you were in the year 2000, music from the 60s or 50s or whatever.
Yeah.
And, but so Elvis Week starts today and runs for 9 days. So Elvis fans also don't know how long a week is, I guess. But this is run largely through Graceland. And there have to be people in this audience who probably still consider themselves really big Elvis fans. 50,000 Elvis fans can't be wrong, to quote Adam Sandler. And, of course, he's buried at Graceland Mansion, along with his parents, Lisa Marie Presley, who died young, his daughter, and other family members. You know how, like, Trump buries people in his golf course? Like Ivanka is in the golf course? Ivana is in the golf course. They've put Elvis in. And again, my dad and Elvis Presley were born in the same town. They were both born in Tupelo, Mississippi. And so I think locally my dad had some kind of affinity for Elvis, but it was never music that was on in my house. I would hear my dad kind of crooning Elvis occasionally. But my mom was always playing music in our house, and Elvis was not part of her repertoire. So I'd never heard it unless I was at my uncle's house. Elvis died August 16th, 1977. So the anniversary of that is coming up. So I don't know. I don't personally know any people who are still into Elvis. I know there's a lot of people who bristle at his description when they call him the king of rock and roll. Because obviously it's all about timing, pop music, and Elvis came up in a time where he was able to lift liberally from all of the black R&B and rock artists who weren't getting any attention. And he was a good-looking white dude who was getting all the girls moister than an oyster. And so that's what
oysters are moist. If you're doing it right.
I guess. I mean, I'm not. If you're doing it right, oysters are moist.
You heard me.
Yeah. You dig up a dry oyster, you've probably got something wrong. That reminds me, I got to get that 5-pound bag of oysters out of my fridge.
Oh, yeah, that's
I wonder what smelled.
That's probably done.
We're waiting until tomorrow to empty the fridge.
Yeah, I'll probably go.
We haven't even opened it up. I opened up the freezer to see if there was any ice left, and it was mostly melted, but I needed ice for my Owala mug, and so I grabbed some and put it in there because it's the only place I was going to get cold water, but we're going to finally dig out the fridge tomorrow. That should be fun. But Elvis week beginning today. Speaking of Elvis, I've got Kids Corner.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner!
You kind of have to know at this point that anytime you read about somebody who describes themselves as a pedophile hunter, they're going to get scooped up doing something gross. I think of maybe a year or so ago, maybe longer than that. About once a year, I'll go to the mall, and then the day after, or the Monday after, I'll come on here and talk about how I can't believe there's still so many people at the mall. It's like an annual conversation that I'll have.
Right.
As in the span of that year, I have forgotten how many people are at the mall. Last time we were at Great Northern, maybe a year and a half ago, and there was a guy walking around in a T-shirt that said something to the effect of like, kills pedophiles dead. Or those people always they're projecting, right? They're always, well, there's a guy named Riley Carter who is a city councilman out in Aberdeen, Washington, which is Kurt Cobain's hometown, by the way. It's a coastal town a couple hours from Seattle. And this guy, Riley Carter, was all over social media. He was a city councilman. He's wearing red caps that say, "Make pedophiles afraid again." And he got arrested for child rape. So I don't know why you call so much attention to yourself in the opposite way if you're doing stuff you very much should not be doing. He's a 39-year-old guy who made quite a name for himself as being one of these, very, very outspoken about how he was out there. I guess in these people's minds, they think, well, nobody will look at me because I'm so openly doing this. But we all know by now. It's not like he's the first of his kind. We all know by now that when these people are really leaning into it, they're compensating for something. And so he's been scooped up after a kid reported to his parents that this guy had been having him over or something. The victim noted that Riley Carter would unplug a camera that was present in the victim's bedroom before the incidents. And he was taken into custody.
Yuck.
Yeah, it's all really, really gross. The state of Louisiana, you might have read, is got a giant boner for putting the 10 Commandments in public school classrooms. And their thought is, what's the big deal? If we want to put, right-wingers and Jesus freaks in this country, they purport that the Bible is an historical document and should be studied like anything else. Now, you could make the case that none of us know what really happened in history. The old saw about history is written by the winners. Well, there's a lot of history written by the losers, too, but doesn't make for as good of a line. But Louisiana is the canary in the coal mine on this whole screw separation of church and state thing. We're going to put the 10 Commandments in public schools because this is what we think it should be. Obviously, even in a place like Louisiana, there's a lot of pushback on this. There's a lot of families who are suing the state, saying that it's unconstitutional. And the governor There's a guy named Jeff Landry. His response is, tell your kids not to look. That's his response.
Oh, okay.
Not like a substantive, conversation about separation of church and state, but about, well, just tell your kids not to look.
Pretty cool answer there. But how come when people say that about drag queens, like, tell your kids not to look, how come that doesn't work for them?
Hey, that's what I always tell the Jesus freaks. Just don't watch TV shows with gay characters in them. Just don't keep your eyes.
Don't watch the Olympics.
Don't keep your eyes open when you're out in public. You're right. Don't look at drag queens. Just don't look at them. Because that's great advice that always works. That's why I use it.
Just don't look. Just don't look. Just don't look. Just don't look.
Mm-hmm.
It's good advice.
Paul Anka, when they had to get all those advertising mascots, when they all came to life, they said, well, they thrive on attention. Don't pay attention to them.
It's the same thing with people on social media and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Don't pay attention. And, they kind of go away.
Alan, I'm 42, and I'm a diehard Elvis fan. You simply must visit Graceland at some point. You would love Memphis. Yeah, people keep telling me that I need to go to Graceland.
If I'm going to Memphis, I'm going to the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. That's what I'm going to Memphis for,
well,
not Graceland.
I can go to both.
No.
Conceivably.
You're going to spend so much time at the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid. They have restaurants. You can have stayed in the Bass Pro Shop. It's a hotel too. And I just can't imagine staying there for the month that I'm probably going to stay there and having any time to do anything else.
I just don't. I'm sure for the beauty of Graceland or whatever it is, I'm sure that it's probably impressive. I just don't have any interest in being surrounded by Elvis memorabilia. Like I don't have an emotional connection to Elvis. I don't have that. And I'm just taking up space for somebody else who would really, really like to immerse themselves in that.
If I was in town, I'd probably check it out, but I'm not making
I drive by.
Yeah, I'm not making a pilgrimage to Memphis.
It's probably $20 to get in there.
Yeah.
Alan, I'm 47, and I love Elvis. I assume both of these people are dudes, by the way.
Not necessarily.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you ladies who like Elvis, make sure you text me. Let me know. After the Elvis movie came out, my 22-year-old daughter has discovered a love for him. That's what this person... Yeah, again, it's multi-generational. I get it.
I like suspense movies like those Elvis Presley films. Because you just didn't know when he was going to start singing. No matter what he played, that was the fun part. He's a farmer plowing the fields. Lucky, the cattle stampeding, what do we do? I said, hey, little cattle, gonna give us something. And the cows are behind him going, ah-hoo, ah-hoo. You ever listen to Elvis' songs? They would always stop and start again. He must have talked that way normally at home. Hey, Priscilla, I'm home getting me a piece of pie. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you very much. My favorite of all the National Enquirer headlines was Elvis's ghost is haunting Graceland. What's he doing? Hanging around the hallways going, boo.
Boy, there's a comedian people forgot about. Anybody remember Mark Pitta?
No.
That guy was a big deal in like the 80s and 90s. That was him on The Tonight Show. Like his second or third. He was like a good middle-of-the-road, broad laugh comic.
Definitely got some 80s feel to it.
Yes, he does. Elvis bits.
I love Elvis. Elvis is the king, without a doubt the king. You know, he gave away over 160 Cadillacs in his career. Anybody know that? 160. And you're probably thinking, who did he give those to? Try total strangers. You'd be correct. 160 Cadillacs, gave them away. I think that's what killed Elvis. It wasn't drugs. He got that bill from General Motors. Oh, man, how many Cadillacs did I give away? I got a tour again. I can't even fit in my jumpsuit. Man, I can't even get up. Sonny Red, get the dolly. Sonny, Red, get the butter and the crowbar. Pop the king. How you doing today? Kind of hot out, huh? Yeah. Maybe you'd feel cooler in a brand new Cadillac. Elvis, quit it. Well, I'm just trying to be nice. Why, Sonny? Because you're giving away too many Cadillacs, E. Sonny, you look a little tense. Well, I am tense, E. Well, maybe you'd be less tense in a brand new Cadillac. Gee, thanks, E. I think dying was the best career move Elvis ever made. I think if he'd lived, you know what I mean? He was getting fatter, he's getting more unknown. What would if he had lived? Would he be like touring with Foghat now?
I think they called Elvis E when he was alive? Like an entourage?
Yeah. Hey, E.
The late Bill Hicks there. Who was a massive Elvis. I would go see Elvis and Foghat. Would have been all right. You know, Dr. Ryan Bergland is, as the kids say, in the house.
In the easy.
He's been sitting out there in the suite.
He does like to get here very early.
Yeah, patiently waiting. Mm-hmm. He's a guy who likes to prep. He's got to make the transition from the Cleveland Clinic, which is probably very buttoned up, to coming in here, which couldn't be less buttoned up.
I bet he would crush some Elvis karaoke with that deep voice of his.
I bet. I know, right? Got a good voice. Anyway, if you have questions for Dr. Ryan Bergland, guys or ladies, about your guy, you know, men are famously less likely to ask medical advice. And so we've gotten a lot of calls over the years from women. Some of them have just had baby boys. They have circumcision questions, maybe. Some guys have got questions about weird things happening down there. And Dr. Ryan Bergland joins us a few times a year. This is one of those times. So if you have questions for Dr. Bergland for our Is It Red segment, start lining them up now, because I want questions to ask him to help you out. He's making the time for you. 216-578-1007 if you have a question for Dr. Bergland. 800-348-1007. If you want to text me, 35192. You can do that. You can email as well. That's just alan@alancoxshow.com. And so we'll come back and we'll get him set up and hopefully change some lives here. All right, I got a break. 35192. That is the text. Get me there. You can watch live if you want at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
What? We don't have approval? I quit my job. We don't have approval?
Listen to Math and Magic, stories from the frontiers of marketing with Bob Pittman on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Math and Magic, and start listening.
Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Do I have you on the right microphone over there? Let me... Hey, there you are. Okay, I always get screwed up back here. You know, we just run these promos for this podcast. We're always running podcast promos. And that one's called Math and Magic because it's a podcast that our CEO does. And so that's why they promote it. But the name Math and Magic could just as easily be used by our own Dr. Ryan Bergland, who's right over there. There's some math involved. There's no small amount of magic involved. Of course, that magic takes the form of your immense expertise in these issues. Welcome back to the program.
It's been a while. Thanks for having me back on.
It's been since March.
Yeah.
Was the last time, you know. Dr. Bergland shows up here. He's over at the Cleveland Clinic, and he's a urologist. And he is he's the artist behind My Vasectomy, which is coming up on 2 years, this November the 11th. You did my buddy Rick's not long ago, right? Glowing reviews from him. We were at like a 4th of July party at someone's house. I go, hey, how was the vasectomy? We were chopping it up, if you'll pardon the pun, about the vasectomies. And so it's, I'll tell you what, it's spreading like wildfire, these vasectomies. If you have a question for Dr. Ryan Bergland, this is the time to ask, obviously, because he's here for Is It Red? Something going on strange down there. He might be able to help you. We only do this a few times a year, so I never want people to miss the opportunity to avail yourself of his wisdom.
But it's definitely a good thing to wait until he comes on to have anything talked about or looked at. Just let it fester.
That's how we're really going to get the most impactful and stressed people who are asking questions. So we'll take your calls and we'll take your texts for this.
Is it red? Does it itch? Does it hurt like a bitch? Is it red? Is it red? Is it red?
Yay. 216-578-1007 if you have a call. Doesn't just have to be guys, by the way. A lot of guys are hesitant to ask questions on such sensitive topics. So we've had women call. Hey, my boyfriend has this. My girlfriend, my husband has this. And they might ask as a proxy. That can happen too. 35192 if you want to send a text. If you want to email me questions, you can. It's just alan@alancoxshow.com. Alan, please ask Dr. Bergland, do all of those testosterone boosters that they advertise on television actually do anything, or are they just a scam?
I mean, you know, that's a broad category of things, but in general, they're nutritional supplements that have kind of questionable effect.
Because they say these are not regulated by the FDA or anything like that.
Usually don't have any kind of randomized trials behind them or anything other than just kind of a suggestion that they help.
But they're very popular.
Yes.
Because it promises something that makes a lot of people, it plays right into guys getting nervous about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the best thing you can do on your own is stay physically fit, eat healthy. That's really the...
What? Bill's like, oh, no, I just bought a bottle of Yohimbe root, and I was hoping that would do all the work for me. Diet and exercise, right?
Very helpful.
Yes. I just
but
got
what
my...
about all the guys that say, like, if you just don't pleasure yourself, like, that helps you retain your testosterone?
Yeah.
A lot of that mumbo-jumbo out there.
Yeah, that sounds kind of like the same people that are doing the clinical trials on those supplements.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Hey, Jason, do you have a question for Dr. Bergland?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Let me take y'all.
Yes, thank you.
There we go. Hey, Doc, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Hey, Bill. Big fan of Cleveland Clinic, as always. That's where everything goes through. Mine's also about testosterone, so it's kind of funny. I've been on Seroquel, a.k.a. guanfacine, for bipolar manic for most of my life. I'm a 45-year-old male. That I know plays into a lot of the fact of losing sex drive. We've had my testosterone checked. Unfortunately, the two doctors that checked it told me I was within 1 or 2 points of the low line, so I didn't need to worry about it. However, my wife is not okay with the fact that they told me don't worry about it. So trying to figure out, again, with the testosterone stuff, I know they have the gels and things like that, but does that help with the want to if I'm stuck on these pills that I've been on for over 25 years?
Well, first of all, if those pills are working, stay on them. I mean, that's good for you. But
Definitely.
I get the problem. You know, the thing is, testosterone is probably only a component of what's going on with your libido problems. And, you know, if you have normal testosterone levels, giving you super therapeutic or high dose of testosterone is not going to be helpful, because it's not going to solve some of the other problems involved with taking those medications. Now, that being said, it depends on where the set point is for calling something a low testosterone. So if you actually look at the test, what's called a low testosterone is actually much lower than what is probably a true low. So you need to be seeing somebody who does this on a regular basis, if that makes sense.
And I did, and it's through the Cleveland Clinic,
right.
And he said my numbers were 3 points above the, quote, bottom number.
Okay.
So therefore, I shouldn't worry about it. But again, that leads back to that's fine for him to say, but not for me when I'm trying to have a normal life at 45 years old, but still having to take those.
I understand what you're saying. I do. But we have to be careful, too, because the high levels of testosterone are big problems as well. And health problems, cancer, and a number of other issues that can develop with that. And it also, so if you're producing testosterone and you start supplementing testosterone, you're going to lose the ability to independently make testosterone, and you kind of become dependent on the drugs. So if you're you're in the normal range, I'd be concerned about that.
Okay.
All right, if that makes sense.
All right. Well, it helps and doesn't help at the same time. I do appreciate it. That was the question, though, is would it do? Yeah, would it do any good? And that was kind of, you answered that, where it won't produce the desired effect. I'm not looking for a blue pill or a little yellow pill, something like that. That's not what we're looking for.
I doubt that high testosterone is going to solve some of the problems the drug is causing, basically.
Okay.
All right, good luck, Jason.
Well, I just had my colonoscopy there at the Cleveland Clinic over at Willoughby. So thanks to the Cleveland Clinic for that one. Everything came back good, and I thank you, Doc. And
did you get hard for that?
No, I didn't.
He gets hard for women now, Bill. All right, good luck. Thank you, Jason. I just had my colonoscopy follow-up, my 3-year checkup or whatever. I had to go in and get some blood drawn. So we do this thing in the spring with the show called the Cleveland Funny Bus. And I, halfway through the Cleveland Funny Bus, will get off, and I'll, be talking to people who are on the bus, and we'll have some drinks or whatever. And I met a guy named Mark who kind of cornered me. This guy looks like a full-on rock star, and his wife's there with him, and they're big fans of the program, and he's talking to me, and he goes, I had stage 3 pancreatic cancer, and Dr. Bergland saved my life, is what he told me. And I was like, that's pretty intense. That's pretty wild. And he was like, next time you see him, tell him. And I said, all right, I'll tell him that you saved his life. How about that?
And Dr. Bergland's like, yeah, that's what I do all the time. Saving lives.
Out here saving lives.
That sounds a little fantastical. So,
Well, he was.
You're so humble.
He was convinced of it. And, hey, Tim, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's going on?
Thanks for taking my call. Hey, last year I had surgery. I had what my urologist said was a very enlarged prostate. He referred me to someone in his office who did a laser surgery and even injected my bladder with Botox to get that to relax afterwards.
And look younger.
And it's been about a year and 4 or 5 months, and the sense of urgency is coming back. But I mean, I'm able to hold it a lot longer than ever before. But is it do me? Should I try to hold it as long as I can? And will that help train my bladder? Or if you go, and it doesn't really matter?
It sounds like you probably had some regrowth of the prostate. So the laser's a great way to get rid of some of the tissue, but it can just grow back. And if you've got a real monster of a prostate, that it doesn't necessarily take that long. So you might actually want to go check in with the folks that did your surgery previously, because some things may have grown back.
Okay. All right.
And the Botox, it's just like when you put Botox in your face, it only lasts 6-9 months.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably worn off as well.
You get regular maintenance.
That's right.
Regular maintenance. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll check in with the guy who did the surgery and ask him the same thing and just see. He mentioned after the surgery that something about retraining your bladder to be able to hold it longer, and I just didn't know if, like, before I leave, go anywhere, I go to the bathroom, and I don't know if that's doing me more harm than good.
Yeah, my guys always tell me
I'll ask my surgeon. I just figured it's a golden opportunity to get a second opinion.
Yeah, my guys always told me they never pass a bathroom. That's the way they describe it,
It's a DreamWorks movie, How to Train Your Bladder. It's for kids. Okay, thank you, Tim. Good luck. 216-578-1007 if you have a question for Dr. Ryan Bergland there from the Cleveland Clinic. 800-348-1007. Somebody texted me, my bladder feels super, super full. I go to pee, and it takes forever to pee. Is that a prostate thing?
That's, 99% of the time that's prostate. There are other things that can cause that, but that's highly likely that's prostate.
And so what would they do for that?
We'd start off with medications and just make sure that they're emptying their bladder reasonably well. If that doesn't work, move on to surgery, just like the last caller.
Yeah. Is it true? Here's a text question. Is it true that you can safely remove pearly penile papules at home with a cheese grater? Boy, that doesn't, I don't know. I can't.
I feel like that's something I said, not Dr. Bergland.
Ah, okay.
Over the years, I've had some weird homebrew treatments.
Yeah.
And that one, I'd be interested to see
Save
what
it on
happens.
the
I'm
copay,
not
though.
recommending that.
A woman texted me, what is the story with sex partners and a man's role, in bacterial vaginosis? Is that any part of that in your area of expertise? Sounds like she's trying to nail her guy on something.
There are certain conditions where you do have to treat both partners. You know, in classic STDs, chlamydia, gonorrhea, etc.
You want the classics. You don't want the newfangled ones that are out there. You want the classic STDs.
Trichomoniasis. Traditionally that's something that you need to treat the female at a minimum, but you may have a male carrier. That's one to just run by your doctor for the specifics of what you have. But there are conditions that do require treating both partners because you treat one and the other one is the reservoir and just reseeds you with the infection.
I was reading an article about the male birth control gel. I don't know that we've talked about this. I know it's kind of been considered like this holy grail for a while. But it had to have been maybe last month where this one story blew up that they have been doing all of these trials, and they're like, man, this thing is good or going to be good.
I'll tell you, I hear about it. There's a new one every year.
Yeah.
And they never pan out.
They never pan. Why is that, do you think?
Reversibility.
Okay.
Every single one of these things, the key thing, and this is what female contraception has over male contraception, is that it's very difficult to reverse blocking the production or release of sperm.
Yeah. Well, with all of the, I think
not have other side effects, I imagine, too.
Right.
Like testosterone and all that stuff is going to, because it's going to be something hormonal, I imagine, and that's going to cause a lot of other problems.
The two approaches that I've seen have been either some type of hormonal manipulation similar to the way women take the pill, or some kind of barrier contraceptive, some type of internal barrier contraceptive where you somehow are blocking the flow of sperm through the vas deferens.
Which, if in that case, why not just get a vasectomy?
Because of a reversibility problem.
Yeah.
It's
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like
the ideal contraceptive is one that you can
take in and out.
If you're 20 years old, you can take it until you want to have a family. So if you get a vasectomy, you need to look at that as being an irreversible procedure. You can get them reversed. I have some colleagues that do a wonderful job doing that, but it's very expensive and it doesn't always work. And it's a surgery.
Yeah.
So reversibility is the key thing. So if for instance, with women, if you're looking, they have some wonderful options, whether it's the pill or an IUD or all of these approaches that are reversible. Men don't have one. That's why it's the
your
Holy Grail.
personality.
Yeah, but I wonder,
that works
too,
for both men and women.
I wonder if it, and you would probably be able to answer, whether it is at the physician's discretion to do those kinds of procedures. Because I've heard numerous stories from young women who are like, I know I don't want to have children. I go in and I say I want to get my tubes tied or a hysterectomy or something, and they won't do it. I don't hear those stories from guys. I know young guys who are like, I also know I don't want kids. I went in, I got a vasectomy at 25. Great. It feels like, so that was where my question is, if it's more about the physician's discretion, that they're pushing back harder on young women who say, I don't want children, as opposed to guys. Or if this is just anecdotal.
It's a great point. I do think that we've all been through this with patients, and we realize that there are a substantial number that have regret later on.
Yes.
And because there are
But you also can't project that onto them
That's
either.
true.
Yeah, it's
That's
going to
true.
be there, but yeah.
And I would also argue that the reversibility of a female sterilization procedure is much more difficult than it is in a male.
Okay.
And so
more finality to it than a guy.
But your point's well taken. I hope that what's happening is that there's counseling involved, but an explanation that we have ways that we can keep you infertile for as long as you want.
Yeah.
But who knows what you're going to think 10 years from now. I do have hesitation with younger patients that get vasectomies, but at the end of the day, they're autonomous individuals. They can make their own decision.
Right. Well, and so many of these questions are heightened now because of all the abortion restrictions and things like that. So that's why there seems to be like this push for the male gel and all this kind of stuff to kind of ease people's minds. Hold that thought very quickly. I have to give away this trip, and then we'll get right back to it with Dr. Ryan Bergland. This is $1,000 and a shot to get to Vegas for the iHeartRadio Music Festival in September. So listen closely here quickly, and good luck.
Now your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200.
WMMS.
A text from someone says, can you ask Dr. Bergland if the quote-unquote honey packs are actually effective? Do you know what those are?
Enlighten me.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think honey packs are basically a new version of a gas station boner pill.
Okay. Well, then probably not.
My guess is it's that in that kind of realm of nutritional supplement,
On the subject of testosterone, because you mentioned it, or supplements or whatever, and I was having a conversation with a friend of mine a while ago who's very knowledgeable in these kinds of things. And he had determined through a series of tests or something that he had low T. And so he had hooked up with some company that, like, I guess supplements testosterone or something. And as he's telling me this, I was like, I don't want to mess around with that kind of stuff. He's younger than me. I'm 53. He's probably maybe 7 or 8 years younger than me. And he goes, no. He goes, it's not like boosting it. He goes, but if it's low, it kind of gets you back to where you're supposed to be. And I didn't know if that made sense or not. I mean, I'm like, well, what is where you're supposed to be, I guess was the question.
There are drugs that are not testosterone that increase your own innate ability to produce testosterone. So there's a drug Clomid, which women use.
Yeah.
Which can do that kind of thing. So there are ways that you can potentially get yourself to start producing more testosterone without actually supplementing from the outside. The problem with the exogenous testosterone, the gels, the injections, et cetera, is that, number one, people tend to overtreat themselves. They almost invariably do, unless they're being closely watched. And the second of all, you eventually lose the ability to make the testosterone yourself.
Because you're supplementing it so heavily.
You're inhibiting the hormonal signals to the testicle to make testosterone, and over time, that's why you always hear about how guys that are abusing anabolic steroids have very shrunken testicles.
Yeah, they're
just
not
over
so
time,
shrunken.
they're not getting the hormonal signal to produce it, and the testicle just stops functioning.
Yeah.
And at least infertility and small testicles.
Hey, Mike. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
I have a very significant bend. I wouldn't call it a curve. When I do actually get erect, it can look like a capital L, almost like a J. Obviously, I don't get as hard as I used to. My libido isn't there, and it's like I kind of have to sort of work at finishing. I'm 51. I'm a mailman. I walk all day. I'm not like overweight or anything. I'm just kind of wondering what might be happening and what can I do?
You have two things that are related. You have Peyronie's and you have erectile dysfunction.
Right.
And the two tend to go hand in hand. And so with Peyronie's, if it's been a stable curvature for over a year, it's greater than 30 degrees, and it's inhibiting your ability to have intercourse, there are actually treatments for it. There are drugs that you can inject into it that break up the scar and straighten the penis. There are surgical corrections. You can even get a penile prosthesis. Now, if it's just a matter of you could have intercourse if it just got a little harder, then we would just go the standard erectile dysfunction route. You know, you'd get Viagra, Levitra, Cialis, that kind of thing.
Or a honey pack.
Or a honey pack.
And again, it's not. I mean, what I've seen about Peyronie's, can be painful. It's not painful at all.
The critical part to that whole thing is it interfering with your ability to have intercourse? If it's just how hard it is the problem, then I would just treat that. If the curvature itself, you can imagine if you got a 90-degree curve, it's hard to function, But the restrictions on treatment, it has to be stable for a year, greater than 30 degrees, and it's inhibiting your ability to have intercourse.
All right.
That's when we treat it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Let me go to James. Hello, James.
Hello. Hold on 1 second. I know how much you get. All right. So. Hello?
Yeah, we're here, James.
Oh, yeah. So 38-year-old male, obviously a male, diabetic. Hasn't really worked in 4 years. Saw a urologist. They put me on the pill, 100 milligrams. Doesn't really work, but I noticed splotching, like blood vessels or bleeding internally of the shaft area.
Number
I don't know
one,
if he could give
I would stop taking that medication if that's the effect that it's having on you.
Okay.
Second of all, diabetics are classic for having really profound nerve problems. I mean, you can get neurological problems anywhere with diabetes, but particularly when it comes to the penis. So, the next thing I would try with you, if you're failing at a maximum dose, which is what you've done, is I would do the injections. But some of my diabetic patients have really problematic circulation to the penis, and then those guys we send to get a prosthesis. And I got to tell you, I have a partner that does these prostheses. Some of my happiest patients get those things because my guys who haven't had a good erection in 10 years are suddenly having an erection like they were 20 years old.
Living life again.
They work well.
Yeah.
They really work well. So that may be the direction you're headed there, but I got to tell you, my patients that go that route end up being pretty happy.
How do those prostheses activate? Is it like voice activated or go gadget penis?
There's
Erect. No, it's a switch. It's a switch.
Yeah.
There's actually
Transformers roll out.
Right.
There's a pump in the scrotum.
Okay.
And you just grab it and you pump it up and
it
comes up, and then when you're done, you press a button and it goes down.
Scrotal pump activate.
Right on.
All right, good
thanks,
luck,
guys.
James. There you go. Got to take a break here. Dr. Ryan Bergland is with us for Is It Red from the Cleveland Clinic as a urologist over there. And so, guys, if you have questions for him, if you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. If you want to be on hold, ask a question. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. You can text me, 35192. You can email me as well. We've also got the Bill Squire Friday Get Down on the way to begin your weekend officially. So we'll take a break and come back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Peter, you think Biden has been replaced? He got sick 2 weeks ago on Air Force One.
That's when they came up with COVID to try to come up with this plan. They were hiding him, saying, he has COVID, he can't make any appearances. Really, he died. So anyway, Biden came out yesterday. He is so damn tall. This isn't the original Biden. He's standing next to his wife. This guy is towering over. He's like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar coming out, the white version next to his wife. This isn't Joe Biden. What, does COVID make you grow 6 inches?
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
iHeartRadio Olympics update.
Team USA is taking home more medals. The U.S. women's 4x100-meter relay team rallied on Sha'Carri Richardson's anchor leg to claim the gold. Meantime, on the volleyball court,
Back row combination done by Shoji. DeFalco for the win!
the U.S. men swept Italy to capture the bronze medal, returning to the podium after finishing 10th in Tokyo.
For NBC's live coverage from Paris, search Olympics on the free iHeartRadio app.
This Buzzard Weekend is sponsored by RTA.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. We're going back out of the lake this summer. Captain Fun's Floating Fandango aboard the Good Time 3 on Saturday, August 24th. It's presented by Circle K. It's going to be a blast. We're going to have drinks and prizes and music. Matitude's going to spin for you. I will have tickets for you to win in the afternoon. Stansbury's going to have them as well. Go to WMMS.com for the details, or I'll be out doing ticket stops at Circle K. August 10th in Eastlake, August 17th in Fairview Park. All the details online at WMMS.com.
The star.
Annual summer clearance sale is back. Swing by their Lorraine Road location for big savings on all your favorite brands. Don't miss it. August 1st to the 11th at your local Pirani's Hockey World.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I believe we have another winner on the phone. What do you think about that? This guy's a weirdo.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Got the Bill Squire Friday Get Down straight ahead of you. That's how we know that the weekend is officially underway around these parts. And Dr. Ryan Bergland is here for our segment we call Is It Red? He's a urologist over there at the Cleveland Clinic. And every so often, he's able to come in and hopefully help you guys out if you got some strange things happening down there. If you want to call in a question for him, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text me as well. The number is 35192. If you want to email a question, you can get that to me at alancoxshow.com. Alan, it happens often enough that I've timed it on multiple occasions. My morning pee will last well over 2 minutes at full stream. When I wake up, my abdomen feels like it's about to rupture, and then it takes me 2 full minutes. This go back to the prostate thing, yeah? That's something that they should get checked out?
You know,
Wait, is this a horse? Because if it's a horse, I think you're fine.
There are two questions there. Is it rate or volume, right? So
okay.
Is it that he could have a normal amount of urine, but it's really slow, it's really weak stream, or he's got an overdistended bladder, that he's got a large capacity bladder that he's allowing to get overfilled. So
that's a determination.
2 minutes is a long time.
Yeah. Sounds like he sleeps good though.
Yeah, isn't part of that people are getting up all night and things like that, or is that?
And there are reasons for that. I mean, some people make a lot of urine at night. There's some people that drink a lot before they go to bed.
Yeah.
A lot of people, older people in particular, you'll notice that their legs swell as the day goes on. When they go to sleep, they absorb all that fluid and they just make a lot of urine at night. So they just wake up
Wow.
constantly. But sometimes it's just oversensitivity. So there are a number of reasons that can happen.
After I go to the bathroom, I go to put it away, and suddenly there's more in the chamber. Anything I can do besides wearing diapers?
That's usually prostate as well. We call that double dribble. Or that's
a great NES game.
Yeah. The best thing to do, and what you'll notice, guys who've had that for a while, you'll notice that if you go to the Browns game or the Guardians game, and there's a guy who's standing there for longer than it really thinks he should.
Yeah.
It's usually that guy.
Something that, yeah.
He's waiting it out.
He's waiting for that second flow.
Waiting for that second flow before putting it back because he's just learned to give it a 20 seconds or so.
Which now with urinals, much easier to do than in the trough days.
Yes.
You can kind of stand there with a little privacy.
Yes.
Alan, please ask Dr. Bergland if he's aware of a strain of chlamydia or gonorrhea that isn't detectable in the typical urine test.
That's a great question. I'm not aware of that.
Let me read you that because he kind of wrote me a bit here. For 2 years, I had an on-again, off-again, clear to yellow drip, but tested negative for STDs from multiple urologists and even a Cleveland Clinic infectious disease doctor. I was not advised to abstain from sex while on antibiotics because all the tests were negative. Even an MRI didn't reveal a cause. I decided to have regular partners also get a prescription for something. This was, in fact, an STD contagion. There was an article from some time ago about some strain in Europe that can go undetected. Has Dr. Bergland ever heard of this in the past?
I'm actually fascinated because that's new to me. I don't know what the sensitivity and specificity of the urine test is, but that's interesting.
Sounds like they went through the relevant channels.
Yeah, and the question is, do we want to reintroduce the bad old days where we had to put a swab in the tip of the penis? That is and the question also is it the assay or is it the collection method? But
wait, so you can put a swab in your penis but not your ear? Come on, Q-tips.
I mean, you can put them anywhere, I guess. just depends on
That is
what
one
you
of the
want
most
to do.
uncomfortable tests. Guys cannot take that. It's just it's
because of the
unbelievable.
moaning. Or the eye contact.
All of the eye contact. Yeah. Unbroken eye contact. Hey, Marcus.
Yeah, what's up, Alan?
How are you? You got a question for Dr. Bergland?
Yeah, so I had like my neighbors got like some vegetables growing, and they gave me a freshly picked jalapeno pepper. Now I had problems, and I thought behind my testicles, I had like a burn or something. So I ate this jalapeno, and it cleaned me out. Now I need to know, was it like a colon problem, or if it was like a urinary tract infection? That I thought because I thought I had a urinary tract infection. And I took amoxicillin and everything to wipe it out, but I mean, it didn't seem like anything worked until I took the jalapeno.
You know, I will tell you that spicy foods affect both the bowel and the bladder. So people who have a sensitive bladder, you got to be careful with the spicy food. Same with the bowel. And so I'm assuming you're saying that you had a kind of a colonic, a jalapeno colonic, or was it more of a? It can affect either place.
Either place. So I mean, it could have been a urinary tract infection. It could have just been like internal hemorrhoids or something. I don't know. But all I know is I ate that jalapeno, it blew me out.
Now, is that going to put you off jalapenos forever, Marcus?
No.
Okay.
I feel like it's going to make him. I mean, it seemed to solve the problem.
Yeah, blew him out. All right. Well, it affects both of them different ways. Okay. Somebody texted, ban large capacity bladders and assault penises. All right. Jalapeno colonic, by the way, on 2 hours to midnight tomorrow night. I'm looking forward to that. Alan, I smoke marijuana. Sometimes when I cough really hard or sneeze, my taint cramps up. It's not really a question there. Maybe they're wondering if that's normal, if they're okay, or maybe they were just maybe they're just bragging. I don't know. But is there any connection with that? If they're smoking marijuana and then they cough really hard, if they get that perineal cramp?
I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah.
I think the two are unrelated.
Alan, I'm not sure if our hospital system has a urologist. What are the steps to getting the scrotal pump?
The prosthesis?
Yeah.
Got to see a urologist. You have to see a surgeon that does that.
Get to a hospital with a urologist.
Correct.
Like the Cleveland Clinic.
That's correct.
What would be the number they would call?
1-800-CCF-CARE.
Easy to remember. Easier to write down. Hey, Paul.
Yes.
What's going on, Paul?
I have a question for the doctor.
Yes.
A few years back, I went into basic training. It was January up in Chicago. And I walked down the sidewalk, this in January, a lot of snow on the ground. Walked down this slippery sidewalk, 20, 30 guys in front of me. Walked through a tunnel, and then coming out of the tunnel, it's uprising. And I wiped out. I smacked my head, and I busted my dupa. If you damage your sacrum, can that affect the little guy down there?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can get nerve injuries that can affect you with a really bad fall. So there's
That's
no
your
doubt.
tailbone? Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, the sacrum's the tailbone.
Yeah.
So, the answer is yes. You can disrupt the nerve supply. You can disrupt the vascular supply. But trauma is a cause of erectile dysfunction.
So a urologist should be able to help diagnose the problem?
If it's a nerve problem, there are ways that we can reestablish erections without needing intact nerves. Injections are a great way to do that. You take a very small needle, inject a drug directly into the penis, and get a very good erection for 30 to 60 minutes.
Wow.
But boy, you're really earning it, too, with that injection.
It's a small needle. I mean, guys think it's the worst thing ever, but our patients that do it all the time they have no problem.
They get used to it.
Yeah, you get very used to it.
All right, there you go, Paul.
All right, thanks.
All right, good luck. Hey, Jim, hello.
Alan, how's it hanging?
Long and loose, baby.
Hey, I've got a question for the doctor. About a month ago, I noticed a couple of times I had blood in my semen. Recently, I haven't, but I've got my one testicle is extra sensitive. You just barely you barely touch it or do something to it, and it will shoot that pain up into your abdomen. But then when you try to recreate it, it doesn't happen. I've felt them both. I don't feel anything weird on them or anything, but I don't know.
It's interesting, people think that blood in the semen is coming from the testicles. The testicles actually produce only a minuscule amount of the fluid in the ejaculate, so most of the time the blood that you're seeing in semen is coming from the prostate. So I think the two are actually unrelated. You may have an infection of the testicle, and that's a fairly straightforward thing to take care of. You go on a 10 to 14 day run of antibiotics, and it usually goes away. So that's something that's treatable.
I did do a urinalysis, and it all come back clear. Everything was good there.
What is something that could create an infected testicle?
It's just one of those areas that has a tendency to get infection.
Really?
It's not that uncommon. It is in, continuity with the outside world because the vas deferens does connect to the urinary tract directly. But also, you can get hematogenous spread. It's just an area that has a tendency to get infected.
Hematogenous spread.
Through the bloodstream.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
all
sorry.
right.
What was that?
It's a very common. It's a common place to get an infection for whatever reason, and 80% of the time, our experience has been 80% of the time that we put people on antibiotics, the symptoms go away.
Okay.
All right. Good luck, Jim.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Text. Alan, I've had ED and PE for several years. What's PE?
Premature ejaculation.
Premature ejaculation. Okay. The drugs work well, make me feel like Superman. However, I don't want long-lasting side effects. Anything I can do naturally to treat other than better diet and more exercise? The lengths people will go to avoid better diet and exercise.
That's an interesting combination, though. Erectile dysfunction and premature ejaculation.
Yeah, right? Make up your mind.
One thing that's been used for premature ejaculation, so available over the counter, are just lidocaine creams or that kind of numb the tissue.
Yeah.
And make you go a little bit longer. So that's a way to have a
maybe jalapeno.
Jalapeno.
Ooh, that's going to be spicy for everybody.
There you go. Yeah. ED and premature ejaculation. So it's like I have a hard time getting it up, but then when I do, I go really fast.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the drugs that help with PE can cause ED. So,
Get you coming and going.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Please ask Dr. Bergland, my hydrocele is causing pain. Is this a problem?
If it's causing if it's a subjective problem for you, it's causing pain, that's a problem.
That's a problem.
Most of the time we leave them alone. Most of the time they're not causing a big problem. And the solution is surgery, and surgery itself can cause problems. So how big a problem is it?
Hey, Jake.
Hey.
What's up?
I'm a construction worker. Lots of us are heavy drinkers. I got a problem where when I pee, two streams come out. I happen to have, apparently, I don't obviously know, I was an infant, just born, had a condition where they had to reroute my urethra so I could pee out the tip the right way. I don't know if it's because I'm a heavy drinker or if it's something that this surgery has maybe reverted back from. Is that something I should look into with a urologist?
You had what's called a hypospadias, and the hypospadias was repaired when you're really young, and that it was a great thing that they did it when you're young. You know why they do it when you're young, when you're very young? Is they want to treat it.
So I don't remember it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No,
it's for the priests.
Right. Yeah.
You're actually exactly right. You actually want to treat the patient before they have genital awareness. And so you never remember being treated. So you don't have any, the echo's a little.
Yeah, the phone there is.
I've only been told about it by my parents. But now I'm.
Gather around, son. We're going to tell you about your hypospadias.
Let me tell you a story about your penis, isn't it?
I would not be surprised if you have some type of recurrent obstruction or scar tissue from your prior hypospadias repair. And they probably did a great job on your hypospadias if it lasted this long and wasn't causing much of a problem. But that's a fixable problem. I mean, that's something where see a urologist who can scope the urethra and just make sure that there's no blockage there. I mean, there are other things that can cause the splitting of the stream. You could have just a big prostate. But with that history, there's certainly a possibility that you got a little scar tissue that could be opened up and it could reestablish a more normal flow.
I mean, I'm going to be full blunt honest. It's gotten so bad where I don't even bother. I can spread the tip of it all I want, and it still might come out in 2 streams. I just sit to pee now. I'm like, whatever. I guess I'm going in a stall in a public place. Whatever.
But it'd be interesting. I'd like to. I mean, that's one thing we'd need to take a look at, because sometimes you have 2 separate openings, and that's why you have 2 streams. You could even have a fistula that leads to a second stream.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Okay, that's good information. Then I will probably be calling your office on Monday morning.
That sounds great.
All right, good luck, Jake.
Thanks, Doc.
All right. I was talking to somebody, we've been going to a lot of weddings recently, and I was talking to somebody at my sister's wedding at home in Chicago this past weekend. And I don't even know how the hell we got on the subject, but this woman is telling me about how she didn't circumcise her son because she didn't want to make that decision for him. She wanted to, given everything that's going, and I understood where her thought process was, but she was like, I'm going to let him make that decision for himself. And my thought was, I would want to do it when I couldn't remember it. Because there's no way I believe people who, all the anti-circumcision crowd and let's bring back our foreskins and all that kind of stuff. And those people will swear to a person that it's traumatic and they remember it. And I'm like, you do not remember it. I don't remember anything even remotely close to being an infant, right? And so I'm like, why wouldn't you do it? Why have him do it when he's a grown man where you're probably terrified and way less likely to do it and are used to how you've grown up with it? It just seemed very strange for me to somebody to go, well, I figure I'll let him make that decision.
It's a much different procedure if you have it in the first 2 months after birth.
Yeah.
A neonatal circumcision is a procedure that's done without it doesn't require anesthesia. It's pretty straightforward to do. It's a much smaller procedure. The older you get, the more problematic it is. If you now, like our previous caller who had a hypospadias, for instance, you wouldn't want to circumcise that patient initially because you might need to use that tissue for the reconstruction. But you really try to get to patients before they get to kind of that 3 or 4 year old time where they start to have a lot of genital awareness.
Yeah.
Because then they do remember it, and they do have kind of, I'm not going to call it PTSD, but they have bad memories of what happened to their penis when they were younger. So,
well, there's also that portion of the electorate, for lack of a better word, people who will say, well, it's just some archaic religious thing and it has no actual, but you have said that there are higher incidences of penile cancer in people who are not.
So so
there is an actual scientific underpinning for it.
There are arguments on both sides.
Yeah, right.
And I can understand why people make a decision not to do it. The two big ones have been the heterosexual transmission of HIV.
In uncircumcised people.
In uncircumcised men, right? It increases. So being uncircumcised does have a higher transmission rate.
Yeah.
The second one is penile cancer. But, penile cancer is very unusual in the United States. It's actually very common in the third world. I've asked this question before. There's one country in the world that has essentially no cases of penile cancer.
And it's what?
Israel.
Yeah. Okay, right.
Right. It's true.
Yeah.
If you are circumcised as a neonate, it is exceedingly unusual to get penile cancer, almost unheard of.
Yeah.
Now, interestingly, if you get circumcised later in life, you don't have that protection.
Right.
So you have to be circumcised, right within 2 months after.
I'm glad my parents did it. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, hi, doctor. Excuse me. Got a question for you. I'm in my late 50s. I have diabetes, ED, benign large prostate, and I've noticed that recently it seems like the volume of ejaculate has been dropping off, and the last couple times there's been either none or just a little drop. Is that something to be concerned about, or is it just something normal that happens with age and the other medical conditions I have?
It's a little bit of all of the above. The first question I would ask is, are you on any medications for your BPH?
Yeah, a huge list.
But are you on like Flomax or Tamsulosin or Uroxetrol or Alfuzacin? Any of the medications to help urinate? Those will cause an ejaculation. They will cause you to not.
Okay, no, I'm not on any of those.
So actually, it probably is more the latter, that having an enlarged prostate, being older, being diabetic, you're probably not making as much fluid. You're having more difficulty releasing it, maybe not as good nerve signal. So it's very common to have reduced ejaculate as we get older. But a simple fix would be if you're on a medication that we know causes that problem.
I am on a diuretic. Could that do anything with that?
Unlikely that's part of the problem.
And insulin and diabetes medications?
Actually, insulin and diabetes medication help, right? By controlling your blood sugars, you're less likely to get those problems.
Oh, okay. All right, well, thank you. I got a great sense of relief. I was worried something bad going on. Okay, thank you, doctor.
All right, good luck, Dave. All right, let me take one last call here. Michael, hello.
Hello.
What's up?
I got a question for Dr. Bergland.
Yep.
Hey, I'm mid-50s. I have edema and severe neuropathy, whereas I really can't feel my feet, my legs, and I feel like it's gone up to my midsection.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty much difficult to get an erection. Like I'll get like maybe a semi, but nothing to the extent it will help me in any way. And I was wondering if nerve damage because of the neuropathy and the edema would have something to do with that.
I think first and foremost, age and health play a huge role, and clearly you have some challenging medical problems. You also have the neuropathy, which certainly contributes, and the edema doesn't help. My guess is you have penoscrotal edema, so you have a lot of swelling in the penis and scrotum. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's like pretty much I'm like a turtle.
Yeah. So you have like a buried penis, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot going on there. It's not just nerve transmission, it's not just circulation, but it's also just the physical makeup of your genitalia.
Is there anything I could do about that?
One thing is whatever you can do to control the edema, that would help. Just like we were talking about with the last caller, controlling your blood sugars as best you can. Is this a diabetic-related? Oh, so it's not a diabetic neuropathy.
Okay.
And then treating the underlying cause of the neuropathy, whether it's a stenosis or or some kind of medical condition that's leading to the neuropathy.
Well, so nobody could tell me how I got neuropathy. I was in ICU for a long time, and they wouldn't let me out of bed for like a month. And that's when I developed it. And I got a heart condition.
A lot going on
side
here.
of my heart is.
Yeah. If you want my honest opinion, your best shot is to go straight to the penile prosthesis. That's your best shot. With patients that have a lot of medical stuff going on, they usually have very complicated neurologic and circulatory problems. So really, the penile prosthesis is usually the best option for erections. For sexual function. That's the pumping device in the penis.
The pump.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, listen. Thank you, Michael.
Don't worry,
Good
it's
luck.
Reebok. It's cool.
It's fine. Yes, Dr. Ryan Bergland, you've done it again. You've said it all. What's the number for people to call the Cleveland Clinic?
1-800-CCF-CARE.
CCF Care. Thank you for being here. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me on.
There you go.
Is it right? Does it itch? bitch? Does it hurt like a bitch? Is it red? Is it red? Is it red?
Bill, by any chance, are you in the mood to start the weekend?
Been dying to.
All right, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down. Around these parts, it's how we begin the weekend officially in honor of the late, great Murray Saul. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! You got to get down on Friday, whether your power's out, you got ED, PE, neuropathy issues. Doesn't matter because the weekend is here, so enjoy it even if the power's out. It's no power, no power, no power. It's Friday!
There it is. All right, wow. It doesn't matter what you've got going on.
Yeah.
You got no power.
No boner.
Now you've got some power behind you.
And I probably just gave someone a boner.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, that's the Bill Squire Friday Get Down, brought to you by us. And we'll take a last break here. And then we'll come back, wrap up. Guardians lost that first game today in the doubleheader against the Twins. That was 4-2. Second game is tonight on MMS. That starts at 8:10, 7:30, 7:40 around there is when your pregame coverage will begin. So we'll break, and you want to get the last word in on anything, send me a text, 35192.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Starring Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and more.
September 20th and 21st.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Keep listening for your next chance to be there.
At our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
Audible is a proud partner of the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Explore the best selection of audiobooks, plus podcasts and originals, all in one easy app. Audible, there's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings Fantasy Sports.
Team USA captured gold in the women's 4x100-meter relay at the Paris Olympics today, while the men, they were disqualified. Guardians suffered their sixth straight loss in Game 1 of their doubleheader in Minnesota this afternoon. Alex Cobb will debut on the mound in the nightcap there. And Guardians right-hander Carlos Carrasco, he's on the IL now for the second time this season. He was put on the shelf